From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off and ready to go on a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Coming up on this Tuesday edition, we get you on with yesterday's headlines and some movement in the NBA. In 20 minutes, why being a sports gambler got a lot tougher over the weekend. You may have missed that. Then we'll dig into my streaming corner at 6:40. At 7 o'clock, more pro football with the league continuing to release its top 100 players in 2025. That's followed by our favorite plays on the diamond at 7:20. Then our blind ranking of all-star baseball uniforms at 7:40. At 8:20, Keith Loss, senior baseball writer for The Athletic, joins the show. Best bets come your way at 8:40. Chelsea, how are you doing?
Yeah, good morning. We have my 5-year-old's favorite colors on today. You got on pink. I've got on purple. Are you a guy that wears a lot of pink?
Yeah, I think so. Sort of. I don't know. I've gotten away from patterns, I think. So I don't mind a good pink. I feel like it sort of mixes things up, especially in the summertime, right? I know a lot of guys are like, oh, I don't want to wear pink. Like, I think that's a very antiquated way of looking at things. But I feel like it works for me. So, yeah, I don't have an issue with it. Especially, like I said, in the summer months, I'm just looking for something that matches. So, yeah, I'll go for it.
I feel like that salmon color that you have on, because it's not like bright pink. It's not hot pink. I feel like that works well for men. But I am trying to get my husband out of that thing where he just wears the same colors over and over. So his closet is black, gray, and blue. And he's like, well, I got a different shade of blue in this, shirt. I'm like, babe, like, try green. I don't know. Like, I'm not asking him to wear hot pink and purple stripes, but, like, it is like pulling teeth to get him to wear anything out of that color palette.
I mean, I get it. I wear a lot of blue. Like, I always like, ooh, that's blue. That's blue. I like blue. I like blue. And then I'm like, okay, maybe you mix it up. And then I'm, of course, I'm like, how about a light blue? So I do what your husband does. But then I feel like I try to, and what I'll do is I'll bring in Catherine because I feel like I feel like I have an okay sense of style for my age, but she obviously has a better sense of style. Or I think she would know what looks good on me because I want to look good for her. So I'll be like, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? And that helps me at least stretch my brain a little bit as far as my wardrobe.
Yeah, I think we all are drawn to certain things. Like, do you ever do this where you look at something either online in a store, and you're like, wow, I really like this. And then you realize you have something exactly like it in your closet already.
I do it all the time.
I probably don't need this again.
Yeah, it's like this is your fourth blue short sleeve shirt that you've purchased in the past 6 months. I'm like, I need to go elsewhere instead of looking down the same row. But when you like what you like, you sort of forget that, okay, maybe I need to get out of your comfort zone. That's really hard to do when it comes to clothes that you wear.
Did they ever talk to you about this in local news? Because this was a big deal where I worked, where you had to not repeat the same outfit for at least 2 weeks. And if you did, you had a talking to with the consultant. And there were certain colors you were supposed to wear. It was supposed to be jewel tones. There were no patterns allowed. So there were all these very strict rules. Did those apply to men?
I don't think so. I have a very, like when it comes to consultants, like you have consultants come in at every station or every network all the time. And I'm not being cynical, but also when you're talking about something that's so subjective as broadcasting, then I feel like you can have one consultant tell you one thing and another consultant tell you another, and those things are very incongruent. So I don't, even when it comes to clothes, like what was that guy, I know we've talked about this before, in Tennessee or Kentucky, he was on local news, and he wore the same exact, I think, was it the same tie or sport coat? I think it was the same
suit.
The suit, like for like a year, and nobody said a thing. Like nobody noticed. which I think was sort of his stand against, listen, this is important to a point, but at the end of the day, most people don't even notice. If you wear something outlandish, sure, but if you're wearing something very basic, I think most people don't even know or care.
Yeah, I will say this, like all of my like newscaster dresses that I got like 10 years ago, because they are plain and solid colors, I can still wear them. And I will give the consultant that. All of these are like pretty timeless looks. Because I don't know if you've noticed this about patterns, like people notice it more. So if you wear that like once a week, they're like, oh, she wore that last week. But if you wear something that's a solid color and it's like in a basic shape, like people are less likely to remember it. So I feel like you can get away with wearing those type of things for years to come. So I will give the consultant that. I still wear some of the things in my closet from like 2017.
Oh my God. Back in the day, I mean, this is the halcyon days of broadcasting before the internet. So it was much more, it was hyper competitive and they looked at things in a different way. And we would get clothing allowances. It was like, okay. Yeah. I was like, all right, here's a few $1,000s. You need to look, I mean, you need to dress really well. This is hyper competitive. This is high end television. You've got to look great. So go out, expense this, and get yourself, 3 or 4 nice suits. And you were like, you got to be kidding me. It was awesome. Now look at me. I'm wearing a pink shirt.
I remember this.
On air. Things have changed quite a bit. It's a little bit different.
I feel like if we ever get to like year 5 of this show, we're definitely just going to be in like graphic t-shirts. And like maybe we do our hair, maybe we don't. Maybe it's a hat situation. Because I do think it's way more relaxed. Like we've talked about this before. In general, like the industry is just way more relaxed. Like you see it even on the big name shows, and even like Amazon Prime when they have like the hoodie under the suit. Like that makes me feel very old. I'm like, you dress up when you're talking to America. Don't wear a hoodie under your suit.
That's old school. I mean, for you and me, I'm like, what are you doing with a hoodie? But that's the way of the world. Dylan is wearing right now. Dylan's not on camera, but he is raising the bar this morning. Apparently, he's wearing a Mortal Kombat T-shirt. So we have to match Dylan's level of energy. I want to match your level of winning when it comes to bets. So we were on one squad play, which didn't work out. But, hey, listen, I'm angry because the guy I banked on last night for the Astros didn't even start. So I'm a little salty about that. But go right ahead. Let's hear about your bets.
Yeah, I don't know if the bar of me going 1-1 is a super high one and aspirational, but
I'll take it.
I'll take my best bet being a winner. Phillies Giants under 7, that was an easy win. It was the Giants that won this game 3-1, so under 7 hits. But Rangers Angels first 5 under 4 was a loser. This game was way more high scoring than I thought. Jacob deGrom, I thought, was going to be lights out in this one. He gave up 3 earned runs, which sounds like a lot for Jacob deGrom. But the Rangers also got some early scoring as well. Corey Seager, I believe, led off the game, or maybe it was the first inning, with a 2-run shot. So that was a loser. So 1-1 for me.
I went 0-2. I was on that Rangers-Angels play as well, but I'm really bummed because I love the Astros on the money line. Poaching the Guardians. Hunter Brown was supposed to be on the mound, was scheduled to be on the mound when I made that play, and then I was looking at the lines yesterday afternoon. I'm like, hey, what's going on? This price is dropping significantly, more than it should, and then I see that Brown has been replaced or was replaced by Colton Gordon, and I was like, well, this is not a play I would have made. Nothing personal, Colton, but Hunter Brown is... Yeah. Hunter Brown is one of the favorites to win the Cy Young. A little bit of a difference there, so when I saw that, I thought, uh-oh, that's not good for this guy. So that was a loss. Donkster had Pirates-Royals under 8.5. The Royals win 9-3. So for the week, Chelsea, you are 1-1. I'm 0-2. The Donkster 0-1 here on the Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday, and great to be Devin Booker. The Suns aren't great. But Booker has signed a 2-year, $150 million extension with the Suns, so he will make $321 million over the next 5 seasons. Phoenix is retooling completely, where we know Kevin Durant has gone to the Rockets now. Apparently the Suns are working on a buyout for Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal, I mean, he was here in D.C. for a long time. You talk about a guy who has gotten the bag. That is another guy right there. So he's going to get apparently a buyout. But ultimately, this is the Suns team. It is sort of starting from scratch after the whole Big Three experiment failed miserably. The Suns are 150-1 to win the West. I mean, they have Devin Booker and now just, a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, they at least have Jalen Green, who has some promise. He's young, but there's a reason I think the Rockets traded him away. I feel like remember those days when Devin Booker like scored 70 points and the Suns still lost? Like remember that game? I feel like we're gonna get a lot of that where it's like, oh, Devin Booker scores 65 and the Suns lose by 35. Like I feel like we're gonna get a lot of that, especially in the West being as competitive as it is. Like this is just, it's a great deal for Devin Booker. I think he deserves his money. Because if you look at his skill set, I was looking. It was a chart that showed the best isolation scorers in the NBA. And guess who was number 1 and number 2 on that list? Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Which you say to yourself, how do you have the 2 of the best isolation shooters in basketball and not even, do anything in the postseason? But I feel like it's a testament to how, the game in the NBA has, I don't want to say changed, but it's team basketball and it's depth. And you cannot have an offense that is stagnant and just goes through 1 or 2 guys. So maybe it's going to be more of the same of that in Phoenix. But I will say this is a huge payday for Devin Booker. I know people are like, well, he's going to get paid, but he's not going to win a ring. Listen, if you had the chance for $325 million, I feel like none of us would turn that down either.
No, I wouldn't. And I think you make a very good point about how the NBA is evolving. It's great to have these incredible isolation shooters who can get their own shot and get themselves open. But ultimately, you got to have depth. You got to play defense. And you've got to do more than just clear out for a couple guys to get their shot. Basketball is a lot more complicated than that. So, sure, if you need maybe a shot at the end of the game, you got a couple guys you can go to. But when you're talking about a team sport and how basketball has evolved, particularly at the pro level, it's just not really a recipe for success. And Phoenix is a perfect example of that. And they just gave up so much to put that crew together. So clearly they're giving up, and it's going to take a while to retool after just giving away so many of their assets. But at the very least, they are locking down Devin Booker, and he will be in Phoenix for the foreseeable future, as will be Tyrese Halliburton in Indiana. But we learned yesterday, and we sort of thought this was going to happen, he will be out all of next season with a torn Achilles. This according to team president Kevin Pritchard. So we know Hallie tore that Achilles, Game 7, NBA Finals against the Thunder. It was really tough to watch. I think I'm scarred by hearing the audio of that play, the play-by-play, where you could hear him on the floor, like, moaning. And I was like, oh, God, that's really tough to hear. He's going to make a full recovery. But, man, what a change in fortune for the Pacers, Chelsea, where, here we are 2 or 3 weeks ago. We're talking about a team playing in Game 7, possibly winning a world championship. And now Halliburton is out for the year. Miles Turner is gone. And the Pacers, who are again playing the Thunder a few days ago, it feels like, are now 80-1 to win the NBA title. So that's another team that you talk about retooling. They're doing that as well. And I just hate that we're going to have to wait another year to see Tyrese Halliburton on the court because he became such a superstar, at least raised the level of his play during the postseason.
Well, and especially because the Pacers were such a good story last year. It almost feels like you watch a season of a show and they're like, okay, we're going to be filming for the next 3 to 4 years. You won't get another season for a long time. And in the Pacers case, we might not ever get another season that replicates what we saw last year. Because I held out some hope saying, okay, TJ McConnell's decent. Like maybe they can be like, something good in the first round of the playoffs. But then they gave away Miles Turner. And I feel like that was them waving the white flag because the reason they gave him up is because they didn't want to go past like the salary cap and go to like the second apron or the first apron or something like that. And we've seen this from Indiana over the years. It's a team that doesn't really want to spend. But to let Miles Turner go to not only another team, but a team that you absolutely hate in the Milwaukee Bucks, I feel like that was absolutely a dagger. So if I'm a Pacers fan, I'm pretty mad that you kind of let, the momentum of this team that you had last year fall by the wayside. Like obviously Tyrese Halliburton is a big deal and, you couldn't prepare for that. But still, now it feels like the Pacers are just going to be a fever dream come next season.
Dylan or Denton put this in the chat, which I think is very fair. The Stranger Things model, where you're on board and it's like, oh, this is awesome. And then at the end, it's like, all right, that was great. See you in 3 years. It's like, well, we just did this. We'll see you when these guys are in their mid-40s. It's like, okay, well, I was enjoying this. I don't know what's going on now. When is the new season of Stranger Things coming out?
November, I think.
In November?
Yeah, but they're doing this weird thing where they're like splitting it, so you get like 3 episodes,
Oh.
and then pause, and then 3 episodes, and then
that.
pause, and then finale. In the last season, the finale was 2.5 hours.
Oh,
It's
that's
not an
right.
Episode. That's a movie.
I love Stranger Things. How long has this thing been on the air for? Like, God. Did you ever watch it? Stranger Things, Chelsea?
Yeah,
feel like,
I watched the first season and I loved it, and then it got like progressively scarier.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know, it's pretty scary now.
Yeah, it does. I love it. These kids, these high school kids, they're not in high school anymore, but I'm excited for it still. Also, very quickly, Clippers, Jazz, and Heat have agreed on a 3-way trade. Norman Powell goes from the Heat to L.A. John Collins goes to the Clippers from Utah. Kevin Love, Kyle Anderson heading to the Jazz. Coming up next on the show, it's not easy making money in the gambling space, and it just got even more difficult. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. This is our 80s montage theme that Double D always drops in. Oh, yeah. Come on, Double D, give me something. Looking over tax law. Oh, my God. Gambling is already tough. Oh, I'm sweating. I'm 0-2 this week. Now my tax bill's growing. What am I going to do? Am I going to get fired? Do I need a new job? Should I open a money market account? Who knows? We'll talk about the impact that the one big beautiful bill will have on gamblers now that it has been signed into law, and it's not attractive if you like to gamble. We will try to stay away from politics, but facts are facts, and if you're a gambler, it's not that great for you. Well, not great now in the NFL. Cardi B and Stephon Diggs, Chelsea, perhaps. We're just reading the tea leaves here on the gram or TikTok as well. Cardi B has wiped her social media accounts of Stephon Diggs. This is tough. They had been Instagram official for a full month. On June the 24th, not that long ago, they were staying in France at a chateau in France, and Cardi B was gushing about this castle that they were staying in. She said, for real, a real castle. It's Cardi B, not me. I recognize how stupid I sound saying this. Nobody wants to hear. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be an influencer, and all I'm going to do is be basically a conduit for Cardi B. I'm going to take her posts and then read them with my voice. I'm telling you, it's going to go crazy. And, of course, we all know that during Memorial Day, they were on a yacht out in Miami. There were a bunch of girls there. There was pink powder being distributed, whatever that was. Stephon Diggs essentially said, nothing to worry about. They all worked it out in New England. But these two were looking to be donezo now. I mean, you don't generally wipe your social media account of someone unless it's over. So, man, what a run it's been.
Yeah, what a run. I think that I would bet that 80% of men have gone longer at changing their sheets than this relationship has lasted. James, what do you think the over-under is on the percentage for like a month stretch? Because they've been together, what, a month? How many men do you think have changed their sheets during that stretch? Percentage-wise.
10%, 10, 15 tops. I feel like guys just go forever. Like, I'm bad at that, and I'm very much kind of a neat
on top
freak.
Of things.
And like, yeah, I'm on top of things, as you know. And even I'm like, okay, Michael, you got to wash these sheets. I got to do that today, actually. Maybe I'll do that today.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that.
But
so for someone like me, I mean, I'm like, if you're bad about it, yeah. I think the over-under is pretty low.
Yeah, things that have lasted longer than this relationship. The expiration date on almond milk. I feel like almond milk lasts like 3 months, which is kind of crazy. But Jenks, does this surprise you? Like, I didn't see this relationship as one that is like grown over the years, and they start as friends, and they had such as, a great foundational base.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like they probably just met at a party, and maybe I am totally wrong here. Maybe they were head over heels in love. But I didn't see this as being a forever type of thing. And maybe it was just a fling, and that's fine. When you're Cardi B, you can have as many flings as you want. And the same goes for Stephon Diggs.
Well, at least it was only a month. I mean, wiping your social media of someone is not fun. I did that. And I was together with my ex for like 8 years. Imagine 8 years of things. I mean, that's a hard row. And you just can't get it all off. Like, you just can't. Do you know what I mean? Like, once things are out there, especially in today's day and age, like it's if you're a kid right now, you're in high school, and then this is going to become more and more of a thing over time where in 10 years, let's say someone decides to run for office or run for some sort of local leadership position. Don't you know there's going to be some sort of crazy video out there? Like, look what you did. It's like, yeah. I mean, everything you do is constantly being recorded, put out there. So when you're trying to sort of erase a part of your life, especially when you're talking about a partner, and it went on for years and years and years, getting rid of that, it's virtually impossible. I tried and did a pretty good job, but you can never really get rid of all. There's still a picture of me with my girlfriend from 15 years ago. It's wild, and I'm nobody. Like, imagine if you're an actual celeb. You can basically trace someone's timeline over the last 20, 30 years. It's crazy.
Okay, I have a question because I never had a breakup during the era of, I think, like the social media thing where you wipe somebody from your Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
What if you have like a really cool picture? Say you went to like Greece or something, because I know you went to Greece. I don't know if it was with your ex-wife, or if you had a picture with a famous person. Say you had a picture with Michael Jordan, but your ex is also in the picture. Do you delete that picture?
That's when artificial intelligence comes in. You're like, look at me and MJ hanging out. Nobody else is there. Wow. I mean, you can do that. It's amazing. Even on your phone right now. I mean, I don't know if you've touched into some of the features on your phone. Like, I can do that with a picture on my phone where, there's a person in the background, and you can press on that person and then hit a button, and all of a sudden they disappear. You can absolutely do that. So that's something you can do. I think I have one picture that I know of from my wedding that is up, and it's when I wasn't karaoke. Well, I was karaokeing, I guess, but I just kind of did it off the top of my head, and it's such a good picture. Like, it's probably because I'm in like a tux and I'm holding the mic a certain way, and I got a drink in my hand, and you can see like a disco ball in the background, and it's such a cool. And everyone's like, "This is such a cool shot! Like, it's an amazing shot." But it's just me, so I'm like, I can keep that up. That's a good shot of me. Like 1 in a million, fine, I'll take it. But overall, I think most of the time I'd be like, get them out. I'm not gonna keep them up.
See, I feel like I would be that way with a lot of pictures. I'm like, but like, look at how good my hair looked in this picture. Like,
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. Like, can you really wipe somebody clean from your life entirely? Like,
No.
I feel like I wouldn't, like, obviously I'm not in the dating pool, but like if somebody had like evidence of dating somebody else, I would be like, oh my God, there's somebody else in your life before me. Like, I feel like that's putting your head in the sand. So like, I would understand if somebody didn't do it. But this is definitely a power move. Like, this is what you do as a celebrity, as an athlete, because we even follow when athletes unfollow teams, and we make a big deal of that. Like, I remember when this first started being a thing, I think it was like me and some people who were sitting in the newsroom, and I think it was Sports Nation was on. And we're like, Michelle Beadle is so talented, and they have her reading tweets. Like, what's she doing? Like, she's so good, and they're reading tweets. But little did we know, like, this is how information would start to get out, and this is, how the world kind of consumes information. So back then, I thought it was like, oh, she's stooping to this level. But now we're like, hey, he's unfollowed the Arizona Cardinals on Instagram. Let's talk about it for 30 minutes.
No, that's true, too. I think you make a good point. It also depends on how a relationship ends as well. Like, you can have two people that sort of go their separate ways. It's not necessarily a bad breakup. I think that kind of has a lot to do with it. But yeah, you're right. I mean, this is just sort of, this doesn't, a few years ago, like you were saying, you'd be like, what's going on here? Oh, this is a big deal. Now this happens all the time. So-and-so unfollows. And it becomes news. Like, just following or unfollowing someone can make a headline.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
So sad. Shed a single tear for Cardi B and Stephon Diggs. Now we'll just have to follow the golden couple of the NFL. And I'm not even talking about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. I'm talking about Haley Steinfeld and Josh Allen on the Bills as well. So that has to be like nauseating for Stephon Diggs to like look over and be like, see the Bills, be like, oh, the perfect couple. I'm like, whatever.
Well, let's go from the Bills to the bill, as in the one big beautiful bill, which passed last week, went across President Trump's desk. That will be signed and go into law. So we will stay out of the weeds as much as we can when it comes to the politics of this, because this is a very controversial bill for myriad reasons. But one provision in it definitely affects you if you are a gambler, and it starts next year. So right now, if you're a gambler, and let me use numbers here to sort of simplify this, because you can really get kind of lost and your eyes will roll back in your head if you talk about too many numbers, and I'm certainly that way. Let's say you win $1,000 this year and you lose $1,000 this year. You break even, essentially. But because of this new bill, which has been passed now, next year, your losses will be capped at 90%. So, for example, if you make $1,000, instead of losing $1,000 and breaking even, you're capped at 90% of your losses, which means you lose $900. So you made $100 even though you didn't really make $100, if that makes sense. Because there is a cap on your losses, it looks like you made $100 of income, and you would have to pay taxes on that, potentially, whatever that ratio is, because there is a cap on your losses. So depending on your tax bracket, you'll pay X, Y, and Z wherever you are. So what this means going forward is if you are an amateur gambler, then you're going to have to lose a lot to have your losses be tax deductible. You're going to have to lose around 11% for you to actually get a deduction that prevents you from paying taxes. Now, if you are a professional gambler, it means you're going to need to win a lot more in order to keep from being punished by this cap on losses. So that is just all to say, and I know it can get really complicated, because of this cap on what you can deduct from your losses, it's going to be harder to make a profit, whether you're an amateur or a professional.
Right. Like, it's always like beating the house and gambling is always a difficult challenge. But now that you have to do this and break even when it comes to taxes, it's going to be even more challenging. And I think this bill affects the professional gamblers more than anybody, because this is their way of life and this is how, they make a living. And obviously when it comes to taxes, the more money you make, the more of a big deal it is. Like, if you're paying taxes on, $50, it doesn't feel as big of a deal as somebody who is, paying taxes on, $300,000. So I think this is a big deal for those professional handicappers. I don't know how this changes the business, because I feel like, this is an industry that, has to roll with the punches, and there's already all kinds of tax laws, in place because of this. Because I remember, winning at a slot machine like years ago, and I think it was like $2,500. I was like, great. No, you have to pay taxes on that. You get a little form and you have to bring it in with your tax returns, and you pay taxes on that. Even if you only put like a quarter or $1 in, you are not taxed on that dollar. You are taxed on, the winnings, which is crazy. And I even heard stories about people who go on Price is Right and they win these cars and it's a great deal, but you still pay taxes on it. So if you're a poor person and you can't afford those taxes, I don't know how much of a blessing it really is to win a new car. So some of this isn't totally new, but I think the amount is new. So it's just more punitive.
Yes, and I think that it's initially you can say to yourself, okay, well, you can still deduct 90% of your losses. It's still 90%. That 10% that you can't deduct, especially if you're a professional, can end up costing you a lot of money. It doesn't seem like a lot, until you're talking about thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars. All of a sudden, an extra 10% that you can't deduct ends up being a very large sum. And then there's another provision here, and this, I think, will also affect casual gamblers more so. Look, we all love parlays, right? Everybody loves parlays, and every now and then you hit one. And this may seem sort of technical, but it puts the onus once again on the taxpayer, where if you have a parlay where you make more than $600 and there is a bet that exceeds 300 times the amount of the original wager, the onus is on you to make sure that you put that on your taxes so that you get properly taxed for it. Now, it's easy to say, well, 300 times the profit. I mean, more than $600. A $2 ticket, a $2 parlay that hits and you make more than $600. We see these all the time, right? Oh my God, I paid $4. I won $2,000. It doesn't seem like a lot, or it seems rare until you actually hit one. And then if you do, you can't just sort of, fall by the wayside and not pay on that. The onus is on you. If you make that sort of profit, or if you hit that type of parlay, you need to put that on your taxes. Otherwise, the potential is for the government to say, hey, where did this money go? Why didn't you list it? So that's another thing you have to be aware of. Essentially, it's just going to make gambling a little more tedious and a little more punitive, like we've been talking about.
I feel like this is going to be huge for gambling Twitter, because don't you see those parlays all the time?
Oh,
and
yeah.
See this parlay in the Discord. Now they're going to have a whole Discord on tax law. That should be fun.
Right.
I don't know how many subscribers that one will get, but still, it's important to know if you're handing out all these quote unquote winners, of parlays, you do need to have your Discord members informed.
Oh, my God. I was reading through this article yesterday and writing down some notes. I'm like, oh, my God, my head hurts. Can Chelsea just take over this segment and I can talk about Cardi B? Whew. All right, we did it. Tax law.
We did it.
Tax law Tuesday.
We is smart.
We're back with all the deductions you need to get the most out of your gambling winnings. That's what we should have done. Coming up next on the show. Yes, it is a Tuesday. So, how about we transition to what we've been streaming over the past week? We'll go from taxes to a much more lighter subject, my streaming corner. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we'll find out what everyone has been streaming, including Double D, who I know watched a big box office hit over the weekend. You a big Amazon Prime person? Not just in streaming, but I ask this because it's Prime Day, the beginning of Prime Day, over the next 3 days, I believe, from the 8th to the 11th. So are you one person or one of the people who gets really excited about Prime Day, like a Black Friday or a Cyber Monday, something like that, and you just go all in on buying things?
No, I'm not. Because I feel like unless you're making a big purchase, like what am I gonna save? Like $2.75 on a shirt? Like it's not that big of a deal to me. So maybe if you're making a huge purchase where it's over $100, you're buying a TV or something. But I don't know. I feel like at this juncture in my life, I have pretty much everything I need when it comes to like the big things. So I don't know. Like, can you sell me on Prime Day? Should I be paying attention to it?
I don't know if I'd sell you. Like, I just got a mouse off of Prime because this one I keep using keeps having a hard time connecting, and it's a few years old. I would say if there's something that especially when it comes to electronics, like you can actually find some really big savings. Like if you have been dying or you really need a new laptop or something like that, there are deals where you can save a significant amount of money if you look in the right places. Or maybe you've been looking for a new TV or something like that. You want something in 4K. We're about to talk about the streaming corner, so that's sort of relevant. A big ticket item that you've been waiting to purchase, I think for like general things, I'm like, okay, I can probably save a couple bucks here. But for something you've been saving up for or something you've really wanted that is sort of cost prohibitive anyway, here's when you can actually save a significant amount of money.
Yeah, and I'm just not in that stage of life. I remember people used to do this for, did they have tax-free weekend where you are when it came to back-to-school shopping? Like Tennessee does this where you don't pay taxes on any type of school supplies. So if you're getting a new computer, this was the time to do it because you didn't pay taxes on it.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that. I think we've had that in D.C. Have we had that, Denton? Am I imagining? I might be making that up.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I think it was a thing at one time, but it's been, probably a decade. I think there was definitely a couple weekends or a couple times over my 20 years here where I was like, oh, it's tax-free weekend. But I think that was, it was ages ago. Does this still happen? You're going to take advantage of this? That's pretty nice.
I think so. I'm not going to get a computer or anything, but I think clothes count towards this as well. So you can do a bunch of back-to-school shopping because Blake is going into kindergarten and she's starting school for the first time. So we're going to do the thing where we go back to school supply shopping and get her like a bunch of fun things, which like in kindergarten, you don't need like a protractor and like all these things, but it's still fun. Like the act of back to school shopping, I feel like is a fun experience.
Oh yeah, for sure. It just goes to show, even when we try to get away from it, we just come back to taxes once again. Oh, taxes. We've got taxes. More taxes, tax-free weekends.
It's a Tax Tuesday.
Tax Tuesday. Welcome back to our show brought to you by Rocket Mortgage. The best rates in the USA are on Rocket Mortgage. Well, okay. Hopefully that will be the last of tax talk during this show. We obviously watch a ton of sports as well, but what else have we been checking out?
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
I can't believe it. I remembered the sounder. Thank you for the reminder during the break, Double D. So, I've talked about this show before. Yellow Jackets just finished season 2, and season 3 is already out. I almost got this wrong. The lovely Catherine and I call this Bumblebees as a joke. I don't know why. We're like, you want to watch Bumblebees and it's Yellow Jackets. It's Yellow Jackets, not Bumblebees. But this first premiered on Showtime in 2021. It's still on Showtime or Paramount Plus. The reason why we just finished with season 2 is because we don't want to purchase Paramount Plus. And so if you wait they keep releasing the seasons on Netflix. But now that season 3, which we haven't watched, has already been released, I think we might just buy Paramount Plus for like a month or two and then stream it and cancel it. That's the plan. But ultimately, this is about a group of teenagers. They survive a plane crash in 1996. They have to survive in the wilderness, and it gets pretty gruesome. They do some horrible things to survive. And then 25 years later, they have to deal with their choices and everything they experience together. So it's got Melanie Linsky, who's really good, Christina Ricci, who everyone knows, Juliette Lewis is in it as well. And so I didn't know early on what I was going to think, but I have to say, we streamed the entire, and we never do this. Over the weekend, we jumped into season 2 and finished it within like a day and a half. So that's normally not something we do. We started The Pit last night as well. Double D, I know you said watch that. That looks like it's going to be really good as well. So that's our next one. But I will say, if you want a little gory at times and kind of scary, and there's some supernatural stuff, but it's really well acted and a great storyline, Yellow Jackets, I recommend. And I'm going to watch a few more episodes, but I think The Pit I'm going to go into. Oh, it was Dylan recommendation, he said. About The Pit. Also, I think is going to be great as well. So those are a couple things that we've been watching. What about you?
Well, I have not been streaming very much. I feel like this summer I'm always outside doing things, but I do have some questions to ask the class because I'm a big comedy person and I like a lot of comedians, and somebody who I really like most of the time is Tom Segura. Have you watched Bad Thoughts on Netflix? I got through like the first 30 seconds and it was like really I don't know. It was a little too profane for me to watch in front of Blake, which is not surprising because Tom Segura kind of goes down that avenue. But I do want to watch it. So I was going to ask if anybody had seen it and could give me a good recommendation because the reviews are kind of mixed. Like a lot of people don't like it.
I have not seen it. Has anyone else seen this at all? Double D, come on in here, buddy.
I've seen it. It's not good. It's a horrible. It is a horrible, quote unquote, sketch comedy show that just goes over the top on pretty much everything that he does sketch wise. It was like the first skit is him as an assassin, and he has, let's say, tummy issues, and it just continues. It goes way beyond what's funny, to me at least, way beyond what's funny, and gets to the, okay, this is a little uncomfortable kind of comedy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like the super cringe comedy. Like there is a level, and I get it, you know, sometimes it's funny. I felt that way about I Think You Should Leave. Like I thought that was that, but not as profane. And I know Jenks loves it. And I know a lot of people who I like respect their take on comedy. I'm like, why don't I like this? I don't know. I could just never get into it.
Well, I mean, the lovely Catherine doesn't get I Think You Should Leave either, and I totally understand why. It's very niche for a lot of people. I love it. Like, I think it's brilliant, and I think part of the point is it's not traditional comedy. Like, part of the point is to sort of make you a little bit uncomfortable. But yeah. I think there is a difference between, to Double D's point, to bring it back around, there is a difference between someone making you uncomfortable just because they just keep going and going and going, and they don't really... Yeah, they're making you cringe, but it's not necessarily the point. They're just making you feel that way because of the topic they're discussing or how long they draw it out, as opposed to someone who's very self-aware. Like, I'm very self-aware of how this is going to make you feel, but it has kind of a broader point to how I look at comedy. I think there's a big difference there.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's hard to explain. It's just you know it when you see it. So I am not a huge fan of I Think You Should Leave. I think it's funny. It's just I don't have like the cult appreciation for it that I think a lot of people do. So I haven't been watching any shows, but I have been listening to a podcast, and that is Good Hang with Amy Poehler, who is actually on the Ringer network, which is Bill Simmons' network. I didn't know she was a Boston gal, but she is. She has like all the old like Saturday Night Live people on, and it's just like an easy listen because I think I'm at the stage of life where I'm like constantly overstimulated. So I want things that are very easy. So I rewatch shows. I rewatch Parks and Rec, Modern Family, 30 Rock. So I want things that are easy to watch and aren't going to make me stressed out, like some of these shows that you watch.
I mean,
Sounds
that's
stressful.
That I was watching The Pit last night, and I'm not giving anything away, but a woman like burns her hand in the first episode, and I was like clenching my hand because I was like, ugh, because it's pretty graphic, and I was like, oh man. And Catherine's like, are you okay? I was like, oh yeah, I'm just sorry. It was like stressing me out a little bit. Like, it was a really good show, but because it is naturally, if you're talking about the Pit, which is essentially an emergency room in Pittsburgh, then it's naturally stressful because people come in with all sorts of ailments. It's life and death. But I will say, very, very good, and I think we're absolutely going to watch it. Double D, I promised you a platform here to talk about something that you streamed, that we almost streamed this weekend, but we did not.
Watched Sinners, a vampire movie brought to you by Michael B. Jordan and the director of, I believe, Black Panther. I have to say, probably top 5 vampire movies I've ever seen in my entire life. Wow. So uniquely done, so uniquely shot. You don't even realize that it is a vampire movie until about halfway through the movie. The mix of supernatural and real life is phenomenally well done. The storyline is great, and the vampires uniquely done, uniquely killed. I love every moment of it. It from start to finish, it was really good, and it does set up for something maybe to happen in the future as well. So I give it 12 thumbs up.
12. What's the max thumbs up you'll give something? Is this on a 36 thumbs up scale of 15 thumbs? I mean, I would imagine if you liked it, then that's pretty high on your thumbs up list.
I mean, you usually give it 2 thumbs up if it's good. This was extraordinarily good for a vampire / horror / action movie. Very unbelievably well done, and I can see why it's getting a lot of not just publicity naturally, but also a little bit of Oscar hub too.
Well, there you go. 12 thumbs up. Coming up next on the show. No one is streaming the second season of Quarterback just yet, but today is that day. That and NFL news next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Good morning. Time to get things going here on the Daily Tip. Hour 2 starts now on the BetMGM Network. Coming up over the next hour, we'll start with the new season of Quarterback airing on Netflix. Should Kirk Cousins be on another season? Who was really clamoring for Kirk Cousins to be featured yet again? We'll talk about that in the first segment of this hour. Then we'll go to our daily baseball bets at 7:20. And then at 7:40, we are blind ranking our favorite sitcoms, which is right up my alley because, you know, I love sitcoms. All coming up next within the next hour of the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, I was just thinking, like, we all have our lanes when it comes to TV shows. I feel like you delve into a lot of crime shows like Law and Order, Forensic Files. But what have you watched a lot of the like sports adjacent shows? Because there are some good ones. Like I did a quick list during the break. Ballers, I really liked. Friday Night Lights, I'm sure you've watched that one. One Tree Hill, which is on the CW. So like that one's, it's a basketball show, but it's more about teen drama. Receiver, Full Swing, which is about the PGA Tour on Netflix. The Red Sox just had a show come out on Netflix as well. And of course, Hard Knocks, which I have not watched yet this season. I don't think it's come on yet. But usually I feel like that's how I get into the NFL state of mind in the summer. Have you found yourself watching a lot of these, or do you like to distance yourself from sports when you are streaming?
I think I probably distance myself. Now, I watch Hard Knocks, which I think is really good. And I'll watch a documentary
well
from
done,
time to
too.
time. Yeah, it's really well done. I think that's kind of next level sort of a sports series or streaming series, whatever it is. So I think that's different than just your typical documentary, because sometimes I'll see these, what's the one on Netflix? It's not called Unfiltered. I forget what it's called, but some of those are just very kind of slapped together, I feel like. And I think they're okay, but they're mainly just sort of put together in a way where I don't feel like I'm learning anything. But I think on the whole, to answer your question, I generally step away from sports just because, I cover sports for a living. I'm always following it, of course, but I sort of like to pivot elsewhere and say, okay, let me explore another interest here or something else, because we're always in it, which is a wonderful thing. But yeah, I tend to go elsewhere and look at other things.
I think you kind of touched on a good point, which is, I think just because I'm not going to watch something just because it's a sports show, it needs to be a good show that maybe features sports. Because I think that's why a lot of people watch like Friday Night Lights. It wasn't about the football. It wasn't people who are like, oh, I really love high school football. It's about the stories and the way that the show was done. It's the acting, it's the storylines. And so I think that goes into, the people who want to watch the sports shows as well. Like maybe you are brought in by the sports and you're like, hey, I like Friday, I remember Friday Night Lights when I was in high school and high school football being a big deal, but you stay for the stories.
Right. No, I think that's exactly right. And if we do, when you're following a certain story from start to finish, then a lot of times, what I think is interesting too, or maybe ironic, is some of these documentaries are maybe made for people who aren't in the, necessarily in the sports world, right? So they're saying a lot of details in this documentary, and it's sort of like when you flip what I do or what you do sometimes on its head, where you might have someone who is a casual sports fan who is in whatever, the financial space or something, and they're like, you know what, I know the story, but I don't really know it. And so for them, they're pivoting to something different, and they're learning something that maybe we already know. So I think it sort of depends on the viewership, but at least sports related, it really needs to kind of go in the weeds or be really well done for me to be interested in it. Like The Last Dance, I know it came out years ago, but even though I knew the story of the Bulls and Michael Jordan, I mean, you were talking about a very intensive, like a labor-intensive series when you're talking about one of the biggest stars on the planet who rarely gives interviews like that. So that was just kind of next-level stuff. That's the stuff that really pulls me in.
Well, and also I think a refresher course is good for those type of things that have been sitting on the shelf for a while. Because I think, the time period where a lot of us, it's been a while. So you kind of need a refresher course. I remember watching Receiver. And, this is something about receivers who are currently in the NFL. It was about the previous year. And they did a whole tangent on the Cowboys and 49ers rivalry. And as a football fan, you're we know, but I understand there are casual fans out there who don't know that, but it's oh, I have to sit through this. So I don't like when they do that sometimes, especially when you are a sports fan and you already have this base level of knowledge. So I'm interested to see how Quarterback goes on Netflix. So I did watch some of it the last go around, and I will say it was the story of Patrick Mahomes and his wife, and I was God, she's so annoying. I don't have anything personally against her. I just didn't want to watch her. And that's the thing. This is entertainment. So I'm not going to sit there and force myself to watch it. But here are the quarterbacks who are going to be featured the series starts tonight if you're interested in watching it. So we get Jared Goff, Joe Burrow, and Kirk Cousins for the second time around. Jenks, can I ask, who was clamoring for Kirk Cousins to be featured again?
I don't know. The Cousins family? I have no idea. I will say
Coles.
Oh, go ahead.
The producer of this show wanted Kirk Cousins again. Kirk Cousins was the star of season 1. He was fantastic. He and his wife, they're just crunchy enough to be crunchy, but not crunchy enough to hate them. You know what I mean? It's the perfect it's the perfect balance of granola. That's what Kirk Cousins is as a family. And now to see him go through turmoil, because that season he was good. That was the birth of Kirk O'Chains, where he's rocking all the jewelry.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have chains. But he's rocking all the jewelry on the plane. So, that season was epic. Now I want to see what he's going to be like when it's not as epic and he gets benched. And how does Kirk O'Chains handle all of that? So true. I wanted to see Kirk Cousins.
I think that delves into the cringe stuff. Because I don't want to see somebody with a family go through that. Because if you are truly rooting for Kirk Cousins, I feel that might be a bit of a tough watch, even though I will say it kind of softens things when you have a family and you have some perspective on life saying, hey, I've made a lot of money. Maybe I don't need to feel bad for myself. I'm not saying that Kirk Cousins does, but I got enough of Kirk Cousins. I watched the show and his family's cute, but it's just, I already know the story. I want to hear about somebody who I don't know about. I feel the most fascinating case, and we've talked about this before, is Joe Burrow, just because he has been so fiercely private to the point where he lied about his girlfriend and said she was an employee because he didn't want to out their relationship. So I'm wondering how much he's going to give the producers for the show.
Oh, I don't know. It's a good question. I will say from a football perspective, I mean, I'm not a Kirk Cousins guy, but I will say of the storylines involved, he has the most interesting storyline, obviously, because of what happened with he and Michael Penix Jr. and the fact that he doesn't really want to be in Atlanta. So from a storyline perspective, I think that will be sort of fascinating. But when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, obviously he's a huge name, but to me, I get so saturated with guys Patrick Mahomes. He's everywhere. His wife is everywhere. Good for them. It's the same way I sort of feel about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. It's just I don't need to see another State Farm commercial. If I never see another State Farm commercial starring Patrick Mahomes, then I will be very happy. But they're just going to be everywhere. It's coming. So I got to take a break from that where I'm dude, in a month, you're going to be all over my TV screen for the next 7 months. So, I had to take a break from that.
Yeah, I do think Jared Goff will be interesting as well, just because I feel I don't know that much about Jared Goff as well. And this is something that Hard Knocks does extremely well. It makes you root for people who are not necessarily the main character. Yeah. I don't know if you've found yourself during Hard Knocks rooting for some of these guys who are barely making the team, and then they get cut, and you're no! These people you've never even heard of, and then you find yourself watching the preseason games, rooting for, I think the one that comes to mind is, was it Devin Cajuste? I feel he was one of the guys featured on Hard Knocks that I was man, he's such a good guy, comes from such a good family. And then I think he got cut, but you're rooting for him the whole time. And I think because Hard Knocks is so well done, they highlight those stories and those battles during training camp so well.
Oh, I think that's exactly right. It really comes down to magnificent storytelling, right? Like
Yes.
when you watch any sort of documentary like that, then Hard Knocks does a phenomenal job of incorporating storytelling and also sort of natural sound and letting the story breathe. And that's a rarer thing. You see this all the time, no matter what you're streaming, where it's like, man, you guys put this together, but you're just stretching it out to make it an extra episode or two, to keep people streaming, keep them involved, but you're being really repetitive. You're not really telling the story in a way that is necessarily compelling. Hard Knocks nails all of that. So that's how you know, in particular, that a series is doing a phenomenal job, is that you don't have to have the big names to make a compelling sell because you're telling the story so well.
Right. And I also feel like it has like a nostalgic feel because of the serious tone that they use. Who is it? Liev Schreiber that is the narrator. It reminds me of like NFL films where it's like that deep voice that just gets you ready for men, going to war with men on the football field. And it just feels like you're watching, like, that's what I remember watching with my dad. It's like NFL films with like those deep voices talking about the gridiron. From a betting standpoint, I want to bring this up because sometimes I find myself doing this is I'll watch Hard Knocks or quarterback or receiver. And I, am sold on some of these players so much that I want to bet on them. So I thought that it would be interesting to mention some of the odds for these teams. The Lions, who are an easy sell, as teams you want to buy stock in. But Jared Goff's going to be on quarterback. Lions 10-1. The Bengals with Joe Burrow 20-1. And, the Commanders. Kirk Cousins don't play for the Commanders. Kirk Cousins plays for the Falcons still, right? I don't think anybody's going to be betting on the Falcons, though, because of Kirk Cousins. But do you get the point that I'm making? Like, I found myself watching these shows and being bought into thinking, hey, this is a good team. So I wonder if any of these numbers will move. And it should be noted that the Buffalo Bills are the Hard Knocks team this year. Do you think some people will be conned into buying stock in these teams just because they watched a show on them?
Oh, maybe. But I think it'll be more on what we saw in previous seasons and, the hype that comes in the offseason with things that you see, storylines, headlines, big names. I think, the teams that you generally, the big names, the big quarterbacks, they always sell, right? They're always going to get the money. And then there's always a hot team. And I feel like the past 2 years, it's been the Bears, like the Bears again. And I try to stay away from the hot teams. I will say, though, that the Bengals at 20-1 to win the Super Bowl are sort of interesting to me. I just don't know. Are they going to get it together on defense or not? Like, are they going to figure out what they're going to do with the issue with Trey Hendrickson? Are they going to trade him? Are they going to sign him? They kind of a weak defense anyway. Like, are they going to put the pieces on the defense that they need in place to give them a world championship? Because they have, I always think, can you imagine this quarterback going his entire career without winning a Super Bowl? And I feel like doesn't Josh Allen have to get one? Like, doesn't Joe Burrow have to get one? But maybe not. You see great players and they play for a long time and they just, like Josh Allen may just be the guy who runs into Patrick Mahomes every year and just couldn't get over the hump. Joe Burrow might be that guy who puts up phenomenal stats, but the Bengals never put a team around him that they needed to have, didn't give him the defense he needed, didn't have the complete team he needed to win a world championship, even though he's been really close. So I can't imagine those things, but it certainly does happen. I think ultimately, though, you do want to put your money on teams that have that exceptional quarterback play, because when you have a guy like a Mahomes or a Joe Burrow or a Josh Allen or a Jaden Daniels, when you have guys like that, you're always going to be in every single game, and that gives you a shot.
Yeah, I feel like the Bengals are always an easy sell for me. Like every year, people are like, "Oh, long shot pick, Bengals, copy paste." Because every year it feels like it, doesn't it? Because it feels like the one team that also has the number of the Chiefs, which is usually the team you have to go through in the AFC. And the Bengals have gone on the road and beaten the Chiefs. So once again, I'll probably be putting some money on the Bengals to win the Super Bowl because I do it every year. All right, so we don't have time for this quote. Maybe we'll get to it next segment because I did want to hear Donald Trump talking about the Commanders and why they shouldn't have changed their name. Maybe we'll bring that in before we do our baseball plays coming up in a bit. But I will say, like, the one tangent to what we've been talking about is I do remember watching Hard Knocks on the Cleveland Browns the year that Hugh Jackson was the coach. I was like, oh my God, this team's going to be terrible. Like, he's taking coaching advice from Tyrod Taylor. And then what do you know? Hugh Jackson went on to like have one of the worst seasons of all time as a head coach. So it's not always on a positive note that viewers think of these teams they watch. You can see through the cracks sometimes as well. And the Browns were not good that year. All right, coming up next, we'll play that soundbite from Donald Trump and also get to our favorite baseball plays on the slate today. Next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We back. Off and running. We are caffeinated. We are ready to bet on some baseball. In this segment, we'll go down our favorite plays in the major leagues. But before we get to that, last segment we were talking about this quote that we both, I think I can speak for you, Jenks, find pretty funny. And here's the thing. It feels like every week we get some type of, quote from Donald Trump that is just easy fodder for Saturday Night Live. Like, that's what I think when I see Donald Trump. I'm like, Saturday Night Live has free content for the next 4 years. Like, easy. And now we have another one of these sound bites because apparently we have all these things going on in the world, but somebody asked him about the Commanders changing their name, and Donald Trump took time to address this very important issue, and you've got to hear what he said about it.
Well, you want me to make a controversial statement? I would. I wouldn't have changed the name, but that's there. It just doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same ring to me. But winning can make everything sound good. So if they win, all of a sudden the Commander sounds good. But I wouldn't have changed the name.
That was President Trump on Fox News. Jenks, I don't even, this isn't even a political conversation. Whatever, think about Trump, whatever. Why say this? Just because it doesn't have the same ring to it? I think people who like Donald Trump appreciate that he doesn't have a filter on things. But, sometimes, just a little bit. Just a little bit of filter.
I mean, he doesn't have a filter on anything. I think, without getting political, because every time I hear this, I'm like, ooh, okay, whatever, guy. The name is not going to change. And this is not my personal opinion. People keep going back to this, and I'm not lobbying one way or the other. The name is not going to change. The owner, Josh Harris, said the name is not going to change. He gets asked every year, and he said within the past few months. So I'm not asking you to agree or disagree. I'm not even taking a side. I'm just telling you the owner of the team has said this is how we're going to move forward as the Washington Commanders. Now, they have a new uniform reveal coming up, and I don't know what that's going to look like, but, maybe they'll have some touches or some sort of throwbacks to the past. I don't really know. I think they'll honor that in some way because there are certainly legions of Washington fans out there who love the Redskins name. I understand that. But I feel like this issue keeps churning up again and again and again because ideally, and I think it's going to happen, we hope it happens, Washington ends up playing at RFK Stadium or the RFK site again. So maybe that's why this continues to be a part of the conversation. But when the owner of the team says it's just not going to happen, we're not focused on that at all, people need to let it lie. It doesn't mean you have to like it. You can absolutely disagree with it. But the idea that, oh my God, Donald Trump said something, maybe that he has nothing to do with this, zero to do with this. I mean, unless he's going to hold the team hostage and say, we're going to keep you from moving to RFK, we're going to institute some sort of law in place that prevents you from moving to what is federally controlled land, even though they got past that hurdle, unless you change the name, which, I mean, God, who knows? But I think ultimately this is just him sort of spouting off like he always does and saying something that really isn't that controversial. You hear this all the time, but I just don't think it's going to happen. It's just not.
Just from a place of logic, though, I will listen to people if they have a good reason for something.
Right.
But his reason was literally it doesn't have the same ring to it.
Right.
If there was anything along the lines of former Redskins players that are there is so much history and so much tradition and winning attached to this brand, maybe I'll hear you out. I understand. I'm not saying that they should keep the name. But do you get what I'm saying? If you're going to have an argument for something, at least give me a good reason. And I feel like this was not one.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying I like how it sounds. Awesome. Great. You're going to have a little more depth to what you're talking about if you want to convince people otherwise, because what you're hearing is a simpleton answer to a very complex issue, and that's not going to move anything forward.
Yeah, but I also would love to know, who sent a reporter to talk to the president of the United States when we have a lot going on? They're like, ask him about the Commanders. Like, what? Something that happened years ago. Like, I feel like this isn't even a thing anymore. So, that's your weekly Trumpism that you got this week. Well, if you're betting on tennis this week, go for the ace on your next Wimbledon bet. Use this odds boost token over at BetMGM to score a bigger payout if your bet on tennis hits. That is the Wimbledon odds boost token, available only at BetMGM. All right, Jenks. So we do have some baseball to bet on today that's timely and worth our attention, and maybe we'll use some actual logic to place our bets. So looking at the slate today, we know the Orioles have been a fade candidate for us, most of the season, and it's turned out pretty well. So today we get the Mets at minus 125. And I understand the Mets are not in a great stretch of their season, but Clay Holmes has been pretty solid this year. 8-4 with a 2.99 ERA. Brandon Young gets the ball for the O's. Orioles plus 105 if you're interested. Total of 9.5 runs. Jenks, are you interested in the Mets at this price?
Yep, I will be on this today. And look, the Mets have not been good away. I almost said Shea Stadium.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Citi Field, obviously. I'm so old. But ultimately, the Orioles have not been good at home. And I think you have a massive pitching mismatch here. So Brandon Young is going for the O's, and he was really good in the minors, okay, but he has not taken that next step since being called up to the Bigs. 13 earned in his last 16 2/3 innings pitched. And then Clay Holmes has been very, very consistent, giving up 2 runs or more only twice in his last 9 starts. So I think this is a really good price on the Mets. I looked around. It's gone up. It continues to go up. It's sitting at minus 140 at BetMGM. You can still shop around and find it in the minus 130s if you want to save yourself a few pennies there, but I'd be on New York.
Yeah, I think that you see this price, you're like, what am I missing? And I think it is because the Mets have been so bad away from home. Like, their home road splits have been so bad that I saw that a host on WIP in Philadelphia was like claiming to need to dig into this issue and be like, how are the Mets so good at home but so bad on the road? Are they doing something at home? I don't necessarily think that's the case, but also something has to give here because it's not like the Orioles have been great at home either. And the Orioles just have not been a good team in general. So something has to give. I think I will take the bargain price on the Mets, who I understand have not been at their best, but they have won 4 of their last 5, despite, everybody saying the sky is falling, all these injuries piling up, which is true, but the Orioles are not good. So I think I will take the lesser of the 2 evils, and I would go with the Mets at a cheap price at minus 125. All right. So next up, how about we go to the Cubs and the Twins? Shota Imanaga has been in the circle of trust a few times for us. He's 5-2 with a 2.78 ERA. The Cubs road favorites against the Twins, who have had a dreadful June. So Chicago minus 145, Minnesota plus 120. Total of 9 runs. It's Simeon Woods Richardson who goes for Minnesota 4-4 with a 4.41 ERA. Jenks, are you buying in on the Cubs today?
I want to because Shota's going, but Simeon Woods Richardson has been kind of sneaky good over his last few starts. So 1 run or less in 3 of his last 4. His splits are better at home. I'm tempted to go with Shota here because you mentioned the Twins and how dreadful they've been. The Cubs have a huge advantage when it comes to their bats. It almost seems too good to be true, honestly. It seems like this is something that I would jump on, but I'm a little nervous because I think Woods Richardson could possibly match Shota early on.
Yeah, I just want to drop this in here. The Twins over the month of June went 12-21, 4th worst record in baseball. It's nowhere near the Nationals going 9-23, but it hasn't been great either. I think it should be mentioned the Yankees went 14-19 in June as well. So the Yankees have been pretty mid, and for the price you're paying on the Yanks, not especially great. Free roll here, Jenks. Is there a game you want to go to next?
I'm trying to decide. I'm just so bummed. I want to go back to the Astros. Frankly, I'm just a little pissed, to be honest with you, because Brown was
a little
going
peeved.
Yesterday. Little peeved off. Little peeved. Just a touch peeved. Because As we know, I said this at the top of the show, I had Hunter Brown going for the Astros yesterday and shopped around and found it around minus 150, which I thought was a great price against the Guardians because Hunter Brown has been awesome this season. There's a reason why he's one of the favorites to win the Cy Young, and the Astros have won 7 straight starts with Brown on the hill. But the problem is that now he's going up against Joey Cantillo for the Guardians, and he's an opener essentially. So he's going to give way to the Guardians bullpen, which maybe gives the Astros an advantage, but you'd have to take the Astros on the run line, which is plus 110. That's where I would go. Astros on the money line, just not worth it, minus 210. Maybe you parlay that with something if you're feeling that. But I will also say, if you look at Hunter Brown's results, I mean, it's like 3-2, 4-3. Like, they haven't covered the run line much. They keep winning, the Astros do, when he's on the hill. But they don't cover the run line very often. For some reason, that just happens with some pitchers. Either they get the run support or they don't. But I still think if you want a plus money play, I think Astros run line is not bad.
Yeah, and we've just been kind of talking about some of the teams that had the best record over the last month. The Astros had the best record of any team in baseball over the month of June. So riding some momentum. I know they lost last night, but still a very good team. I wanted to quickly mention the Blue Jays because I think a few days ago you had said something to the effect of like the Blue Jays are contending for the AL East. I was like, what? There's no way. But the Blue Jays have been one of the hottest teams in all of baseball. And I saw this yesterday that the most bet team on yesterday on the slate of any team in Major League Baseball was Toronto over the White Sox. So again, we get the Blue Jays and the White Sox facing off in another game of that series. Toronto minus 175, total of 8.5 runs. Chris Bassett, who once was in the circle of trust a few years ago, he's having a decent season, 8-4 with a 4.32 ERA. Aaron Savali goes for the White Sox, 1-5 with a 4.60 ERA. So Jenks, I was going to ask you, have you considered buying stock in the Blue Jays here? Like, obviously you can't play them on the money line, but they've been really, really good. And I understand they were big favorites yesterday, but a lot of people bet on them on the run line. So I'm checking their price for the run line. It's minus 115, and they're not the home team in this situation. The White Sox don't have one of their better starters going. Can I interest you in Toronto here?
You might be able to talk me into it. I feel like, I don't want to say it, but I kind of feel like I'm due for a cold streak. Like, I feel like it's coming. Like when you have some bad luck.
James.
I know. I had a good run. I feel like, I don't know. I don't want to say it. But I just said it. It doesn't really matter.
Right.
I think that's, I mean, you can talk me into it for sure with the way the Blue Jays have been playing. And I still think that even though we're seeing better sort of flock to the Blue Jays, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you still can't find value on them because ultimately, and I mean this as a compliment, it's still the Blue Jays. So bettors might recognize that, okay, this is a team that's playing really well, kind of under the radar, but you still don't pay a premium necessarily on them because they're not a big name team. It's a Canadian team. So I think there's still value. Even at minus 175, honestly, I'm not going to play that. That's too expensive for me. But there are some bettors out there who will lay juice like this, especially with a team like Toronto that is competing in the division against a bad team like the White Sox. It's not for me, so I would rather go Blue Jays on the run line like you suggested, and it's minus 110, minus 115. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I just thought it should be mentioned because I think there are a lot of people out there that still don't realize that the Blue Jays are actually playing good baseball. 9 straight wins for Toronto. And meanwhile, the White Sox, well, they're not a good team. If you look at them overall, their record this season is 30-61. They are not in contention for their division. All right, let's look elsewhere on the card. So we normally bet on Phillies games a lot around here. Phillies and Giants squaring off today, a couple of former Diamondback pitchers, Robbie Ray, Taijuan Walker. I think they might have played on the same team at one point. Taijuan Walker, 3-5, 3.64 ERA. Robbie Ray, 9-3 with a 2.68 ERA. So a total of 7.5 in this one. Philly actually underdogs, plus 125 on the road. San Francisco minus 150 because I think Robbie Ray's been so good. Jenks, would you consider an under here? I was thinking about it.
I'm thinking about it. I think, it's weird to see Taijuan Walker as like a reliever or an opener because, we're used to seeing him as a starter, right? And I didn't really realize this, but he hasn't pitched more than 2 innings or more than 3 innings since May the 30th. So he'll go unless they're continuing to sort of work him in, which I feel like this has been a long time coming now. So he'll pitch an inning, an inning, an inning, an inning. So I think generally I would trust Taijuan Walker, but the question you have to ask yourself is, do you trust the Phillies bullpen in this situation, which isn't great? So I would definitely lean under. It's probably the way to go. I'm still going to look at it, but just take that into consideration when you see Walker on the card.
Yeah, it says he's supposed to go about 4 innings. Like, it's a spot start, so he's not necessarily opener, but you're right. He's not going to go a full tilt there. So maybe you like the under, but you wait for a better situation to play it. All right, coming up next, it's time to blind rank our favorite sitcoms, which I will absolutely love. I only watch sitcoms. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back for more on a Tuesday, July 8th, here on the show. In a few minutes, we'll be blind ranking our favorite sitcoms. So what this is I think maybe some of you guys have seen this on social media where we are not aware of the sitcoms that are going to be told to us, and we have to put them in an order 1 through 5 without knowing the next sitcom that's going to be mentioned. I'm sorry, I have a hair in my mouth. But Jenks, I figured I'd throw in a little WNBA news. I feel like it's gotten so big that we need to have like casual updates here and there just to keep people informed. Because my question was this: when is Caitlin Clark coming back? She's been out since June 24th. And I am not a fan of clickbait, but sometimes it gets me. Like I was searching Caitlin Clark, and here were one of the headlines. Fever coach sends 3-word message on Caitlin Clark's injury return status. Doesn't that sound like something you want to click? And listen,
she's coming back.
On it. So they guess what the sentence is? Quote, I hope so.
Jesus. The quotes in this
what
show
a bombshell.
Today, man, I tell you what, between taxes and these blockbuster quotes we've been throwing out, whew, it's been a tough one. The doldrums of summer.
I hope so, White said when asked about Clark playing 5-on-5 during Monday's practice. So, her answer is I hope so, but Caitlin Clark has been ramping back up. Their next game is tomorrow against the Valkyries. Looks like she should be ready to go for that one. Maybe not. But based on this news that we're hearing about Sunday's game for the Fever against Dallas, I bet Caitlin Clark will be back for this one because here's the news. So the Fever game on Sunday against Dallas has been moved to the Mavericks arena. So I am assuming she's probably going to play. They're assuming probably big crowds for this one. And here's why it's a big deal. It's not just Caitlin Clark, but also Paige Beckers is on the other side for Dallas. So if you're a casual WNBA fan, Paige Beckers, as a rookie, has been an absolute superstar, putting up numbers that have been even better than what Caitlin Clark has been posting at this point in the season. So I think a lot of people are excited for this one, and obviously people will be more excited if Caitlin Clark comes back. But do you think this one will get as much hype as Caitlin Clark against Angel Reese? Because from a playing standpoint, Paige Beckers should be, more impressive to watch. Like, I know Angel Reese has been playing great basketball as of late. As much as we poke fun at her, like the rebounds have been there, her scoring has been better. But do you think this one will draw the same hype as some of those matchups?
I don't know if it'll necessarily get there, but I think it's going to pretty quickly. I think the one thing that the whole Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese rivalry, whatever, which goes back a while, but those two playing each other has obviously brought more attention to the game. And when you bring more attention to the game, then people start to open their eyes and say, oh, not only are these guys good, look at this rookie. Look at what she's doing in Dallas. Or I didn't realize the Aces have been good for so long, even though they've fallen off a little bit this year. So I think now that has been opened up, that more and more people than ever are watching the sport, just naturally they're going to learn about the other players besides these two that have sort of dominated the headlines who are exceptional. And certainly Paige Beckers is right there because she's had a phenomenal season. So maybe not there yet, but I could absolutely see a situation where it won't be long.
Yeah, I think the difference between this and the Angel Reese matchup is that I think Angel Reese in that matchup against Caitlin Clark gets more publicity because the people that are not watching basketball love to latch onto this. Like, you'll see it on like Fox News and CNN, and sometimes they're like 6 months late to like things because they like to use it as propaganda for whatever, side or, issue they're pushing. Do you get what I'm saying? Is that like it's not about basketball? But people who are truly fans of basketball and want to watch great basketball, the people who will be actually purchasing tickets and going to the games, those are the people that I think will really show up for this one, as opposed to the people who are just kind of using the WNBA as a speaking point.
Right. Yes, I think that's exactly right. And I hope that at some point, while rivalries are good for any sport, and especially the WNBA. I hope at some point this tempers a little bit and becomes more about the game itself, because I feel like we focus so much on the extracurriculars. And even Angel Reese came out, was it over the weekend, and suggested a game had to be rigged because she was unhappy with WNBA officiating, which I absolutely disagree with. The broader point is that because these rivalries have gotten kind of out of control and there's been issues with WNBA officiating going back to last season, at some point the officiating needs to catch up with the level of basketball to make it more of a balance between the rivalry and the game itself, instead of it just being sort of all over the place and uneven and more about the physicality and less about the actual ball. I like physical basketball, but I think there needs to be a little bit more of a balance, and I feel like WNBA officials are still sort of figuring that out, because if they let things go the way they're going right now, it'll just be like this physical play, and we'll focus so much more on the rivalry, oh, this foul, that foul, as opposed to, hey, let's look at the game. So I think that'll eventually even out, but it hasn't yet.
Yeah, the rivalry should not be between the players and the referees. Like, that's not a rivalry we want to watch, unless it's Chris Paul and Scott Foster? Who's the guy that, like, hates him?
What was it like? Chris Paul is like 1-48 whenever Scott Foster's refereeing,
that's
or
so
something
funny.
Something stupid. Yeah, no, that's so true.
Right. All right. We'll keep you posted on Caitlin Clark, and if she has a 3-word message for her fans coming up later this week. All right, now it's time to blind rank some things. We have been doing this every week throughout the summer because it's the summer. So this week we're doing sitcoms. I don't think we have a sounder for this, but then get on in here, and why don't you feed us some of these sitcoms?
All right, so this was very tough to come up with a list for sitcoms because, as you guys can imagine, there are a lot of them over a lot of different years in our television history. So, unfortunately, to any MASH viewers, MASH is not going to be on this list today, but we will do this, I'm sure, at least once or twice more throughout the course of the summer. All right, so you guys know the deal. You got a ranking list of 5. I'm going to give you a sitcom. You got to rank it before you know what ends up coming next. We're going to start with a banger. We're starting with Friends. Where is Friends on your list of sitcoms?
I'm gonna go 5. Like, I like Friends a lot, and I definitely watched it back in the day, but there were times it got a little formulaic for me, and plus I feel like that there's gonna be some real bangers that come in ahead of Friends. I'm gonna go Friends at 5.
I'm going to go Friends at 4. I respect what Friends did for the sitcom, and I do think it laid the groundwork for a lot of great sitcoms down the line. But the reason I'm putting them at 4 is that I think we have had better iterations of the sitcom over the last 10 years that I think I like better. Like, we have advanced. Friends was walking, so some of these could run. So I respect your Friends, but we're putting you at 4.
Moment of truth, I've never seen a single episode of Friends, so it would also be very low for me.
Okay.
All right, next, Big Bang Theory.
5. Yuck.
I think Big Bang Theory is underrated, and you kind of have to have the right mindset to watch it, but also very funny. I think for me, it's aged a little bit better than Friends, so I'm going to go 4.
All right, next, Seinfeld.
Oh, man, that's tough. Oh, man, it's tough for me to top Seinfeld. I mean, that's one of the GOATs right there. I feel like The Office could maybe be a part of this, and I don't know which one I'd go with. That's tough. Oh, man, let's go Seinfeld at 2.
All right. I'm going to go Seinfeld 3, just because I still think I have a grudge, because I used to watch this as like an 8-year-old child because we didn't have cable. And this was like one of the only things that I could watch since we only had, 4 channels. So like 8-year-old Chelsea did not understand the premise of a lot of Seinfeld episodes. I'm going to go 3.
Okay.
The Office.
I'm going to go 1. Like, there's not many sitcoms to me Seinfeld, I think, is one of the GOATs. You can go Seinfeld 1, Office 2, totally get it. But The Office, for me, was just a little bit different, and, even to this day, I feel like holds up a little bit better. I'll still watch Office bloopers on TikTok just because because it's so ridiculous, and they all know how ridiculous it is, but everyone's so good at their individual characters. So I'm gonna go Office at 1.
I'm going to go 2 because I'm holding out for like a few other shows. But I like The Office. I think it's hilarious. But the one thing that's different about it, as opposed to some of these other shows, is that I feel like most of the characters aren't very likable. Like juxtapositioning it with like Parks and Rec, which I feel like is a lot of the same writers. But Parks and Rec, I feel like the characters were way better. So as much as I love The Office, I'm going to go 2.
It is tough. The Office aged a little poorly when it comes to the Jim and Dwight thing, because now Jim's just kind of a bully when you get older. You're like,
yeah.
He's just kind of making fun of this guy. All right, final one, Parks and Rec.
Number 1, obviously.
I've never seen Parks and Rec. I know.
You should watch it.
But I know it's good. The snippets that I've seen are really hilarious. So I feel like I'm still very happy with my list, because it would be hard for me to have anything top The Office and Seinfeld. So I'm very happy with it being a 3. I feel like that worked out for me, even though I haven't seen a ton of it.
I think you in particular, and Chelsea back me up on this, I think you would love Tom Haverford.
You think so?
I see a little bit of Jenks and Tom Haverford. There's a little bit of overlap there between those two.
What?
Not to the crazy extent of Tom Haverford, but Tom Haverford's an idea guy. He always looks sharp. I feel like there's some you have better friends than Tom does, but I think there's some overlap.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, hard disagree. I think Jenks is more of a Ben Wyatt, honestly, but more funny.
I thought you were going to say I was more of like a Samantha or something. I was like, well, I'll take either one of those.
No, like Tom Haverford, who is Aziz Ansari, who is very funny, is very into pop culture. He loves Entourage. He loves dressing at Brooks Brothers. Like, I don't know. He's very superficial, and I don't think Jenks is like that.
That's all I care about is looks, Chelsea. Everyone knows this.
And celebrities.
And celebrities.
The streaming corner.
There we go.
Ah, yes. All right. Well, Parks and Rec, number 1 for me. That ended up
Nice.
well. Coming up next, Hour 3, we start off with some of the big moves in the NBA that you need to know about. Next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you along with us. I am Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got the whole crew here. Denton, Dylan, Double D. Coming up in our final hour, we will look at which player is cashing in and which players are on the move in the NBA. At 8:20, back to the diamond we go as we bring in Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. And you know what's coming your way in 40 minutes. It's our best bets and the Dogster as well. Also, hello to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour each and every single day. You can stream the show on ValleySportsLive.com and the Valley Sports Live app. Okay, here we are on a Tuesday. Not a whole lot going on, but we do have some NBA news, Chelsea, and this is how you know we're in the doldrums. Okay, it's the NBA. We got some baseball going on. We got some NFL news, but we're just sort of following along with what's happening in the basketball offseason. And Devin Booker, has signed a monster deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. It is a 2-year, $150 million extension. So this means the Suns are going to pay Book through 2030 over the next 5 seasons. He's going to make $321 million. So big picture, the Suns, the Big Three experiment did not work. We got Kevin Durant going to the Rockets. The Suns are trying to work an official buyout of Bradley Beal. So they're going to pay him to leave, and then he's going to go somewhere. And now it's just Book, Jalen Green, and a team that is 150-1 to win the West. I feel like this was the last, well, I don't want to say the last of the super teams, but pretty close. Like, I guess you could make the argument that Jimmy Butler and Golden State is kind of a super team, right? But these guys are sort of on their last legs. But we've seen that super team era, I feel like, kind of flame out, and now teams are going back to sort of the old school way of building a team with superstars, but not exclusively superstars.
Yeah, and we saw it last year because I was looking at a chart of the best isolation scorers in the NBA. And guess who was number 1 and number 2 on the list? Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was number 1. And you would think to yourself, okay, there are only 5 guys on the court at once. How do you have these 2 guys that are so good at creating their own shots, and you're not even a contender in the West? How does this happen? Because the game of basketball over the last 10 years or so has gone back to the team style play where you have to have the depth, because we know the postseason is basically like a season unto itself, and you have to be able to have the depth, and you have to go almost 12 man deep to be one of the best teams in basketball. We saw it with the Thunder this year. So obviously Devin Booker is going to get his money. I don't think any of us would sit there and be like, oh, $325 million. No, I want to play for a contender. No, you take the money. And I do think it is interesting to me that Devin Booker has been with the Suns for his whole career. I feel like this is something you don't see that often, as a true franchise player who's been the face of the franchise for quite some time when he was drafted. His first season was 2015 and 16. And speaking of throwbacks, I do feel like we're going to get back to the days where, remember the game where Devin Booker scored 70 points and the Suns still lost? It feels like we're going to get a lot of that. So if you're into points props, feels like Devin Booker is going to be a good bet for the foreseeable future.
Ooh, is that something you're going to jump on early in the season? You know what I am? I'll call it. I'll steal it. I mean, I'm not going to steal it, but I think you make a very good point. He's going to be the guy, right? Jalen Green, yes. I thought it was very interesting when the Rockets made that trade and they gave up Jalen Green. You're saying, okay, well, that's a very impressive young talent. They had to give up something, certainly. But when you talk to people who follow the Rockets or who follow the NBA in general, they'll say, okay, yeah, he's a volume scorer, but he's not necessarily efficient. And also he kind of showed himself during the playoffs where he could be kind of shut down. So even though you have a guy like that on your roster in addition to Devin Booker is clearly the more proven talent. So I think you're right. I know this is looking way ahead if you're talking about futures bets, but I think it's certainly one trend early on that you could look at in the NBA.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how Jalen Green pans out. But as far as points prop goes, like Devin Booker is gonna be the guy. And listen, he's gonna be comfortable. He has his home in Phoenix for the next however many years, and he's been there for forever.
Yeah.
I did see where he posted a tribute video to Kevin Durant. I'm pretty sure they were like besties, and that is sad to see because as much as people like hate on Kevin Durant, I feel like the people who are very close to him like are really close. He feels like one of those friends that are like kind of prickly at the start, but once you get to know him and once you're his friend, like he will be super loyal to you. Like I know loyalty is not something you associate with Kevin Durant and the teams that he chooses, but I feel like as far as his friendships go, a lot of guys really like him.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point because, you know, what we see from an athlete is very different from what guys in the locker room see. You know, like Kevin Durant, I saw this story, I think, over the weekend, and he was saying he was responding to someone on X, which he always does, and he said he will, quote, troll on Twitter till the day I expire. You know, like he's going to come after people. He will slide into your DMs. He doesn't give a damn. That's who he is. And that adds, of course, to his public perception, but that is a very different person, it seems, than the person we get in the locker room. Like, he's not trolling guys in the locker room, but I think you're right. What you see publicly versus privately are two very different things. And honestly, you see this with athletes all the time. Sometimes you'll meet an athlete, or you'll think an athlete is, oh my God, this guy's great. You know, every interview I see seems so nice. You've had this happen, right? And then you meet them and you're like, oh, you're not like this at all. So the opposite can be true as well, where if you're Kevin Durant, you can be kind of a curmudgeon and you're trolling people, but if you get to know him, you work with him, you're like, oh, he's much different than I thought.
Yeah, I learned this lesson the hard way. There was like a high school football player in Florida that he was one of our scholar athletes. I was like, oh, this is a stand-up kid. And I went as far as to, like, when people had asked me about him, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's super respectful, great interview. A year later, he was on trial for murder. You're like, wow, maybe I really didn't know him. Not saying he's guilty.
Right.
I'm just saying it's funny how you think you know people, but like sometimes you really don't.
There was a high school coach at my first job. Oh my God. I was so embarrassed. And he was very successful. He was very successful, had a lot of success, and he was playing in the state final almost every year. Don't think he got over the hump, but his teams were just balling out. And he was the head football coach, one of the teams that we covered. And I remember I got an interview with him one day. It was just me in his office, which for small town local TV was kind of a big deal. And I was like, okay, you know, it's a straight shooter. I feel like he's a good guy. But our equipment sucked so much because we were shooting on super VHS. And I can assure you there's nothing super about VHS. They just like called it like S VHS. It was just like VHS tape. But I remember, and I would just use, instead of the news rig, sometimes you had to use your own car because this is not a big station, this is small town TV. So I remember taking the super VHS camera in my car, which I had air conditioning, but it was like 100 and something degrees outside. So I took the camera out of my car and condensation started forming inside the camera, which was a common thing. So you would look through the viewfinder and you would see the word flashing "do." Like you've got dew inside your camera. And so I'm like, please, like go away. And so I'm setting up in this guy's office. He lets me in and he's just down to business. And I set it up on the tripod and I'm like ready to go. And I look through and dew is still flashing. And I remember he just looks at me and he goes, you guys need some new equipment. I was like, yes. Yes, sir. I know. We could. Do you know what it's like to ask a high school football coach if you could just let the camera thaw out for a few minutes? He was just like, what in the hell type of operation are you guys running? The camera did thaw out. I got the interview, but it was not great. And so from that point forward, like I thought, that was kind of my first insight into, okay, this guy seems really good. When he's winning, he's happy, but behind the scenes, I understand, but he was also very prickly.
I had that happen to me. I think I was interviewing the manager of the Twins during spring training, and I was in Fort Myers, Florida, and I was holding the mic and the camera at the same time, as one-man band reporters do. And like my cord kept like dropping on his desk. He was like, "What is this, amateur hour?" I was like, "Yes, it is. I make $22,000 a year. What do you expect?"
It's so true. I had some guy. Oh yeah. Well, and then they made these assumptions like you'd be in TV, and I remember this guy, and he was frustrated with the interview. He goes, "You're sitting here in your $10,000 suit or something." I was like, "Dude, buddy, let me let you in on a little secret. This cost about $65, okay? And I have 2 suits. I'm making $13,000 a year right now, so this is not, But he just looked at me, saw me in a black suit, and saw me holding a camera, and I'm like, do you know what market we're in? So anyway, that was quite a time. Whew, glad those days are over. Well, elsewhere in the NBA, I'm sure Tyrese Halliburton seems like a nice guy. Sure he is. The Pacers, unfortunately, have confirmed that he is out for next season, as we sort of thought, with a torn Achilles. He's undergone surgery. Team president Kevin Pritchard says the surgery went fantastically. So, not a direct quote, but it went well. He's got the blood flowing. But I think Pritchard sort of hinted at the idea that, we could ideally maybe bring him back, but we're not going to take that risk. This is a young guy. There's no reason to do that. We're going to take our time, make sure he is back 100% before we bring him back to the court. Of course, for his Achilles, Game 7 of the NBA Finals. But it's crazy that the Pacers have gone from a Game 7 in the NBA Finals, and now Miles Turner is gone, Hallie's out next season, and they're 80-1 now to win the NBA title.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting a sequel to what we saw from the Pacers last season. Because here's the thing. Like, maybe if it was just Tyrese Halliburton going down, you say, okay, McConnell's pretty good. Maybe he can fill in the interim. But when they gave away Miles Turner, that is a big part of their franchise. And I understand in the finals he didn't put up big numbers, but he's a good center, and there's a reason why the Bucks wanted him. So they let him go. And not only to a team, but a team that's one of their rivals in the Milwaukee Bucks. So I've heard Pacers fans talking about this, the fact that the team does not want to spend money, because that was one of the reasons that they let Miles Turner walk, is because they didn't want to go past that certain apron where they have to pay an extra luxury tax or something. But like, if you're the Pacers, like, the time is now. Like, I understand Tyrese Halliburton is hurt, and maybe there's some conversation about that where you do have to rebuild. It's just, it stinks that the story was so good and you got so much momentum last postseason, and now what do you have for it? Nothing. Like, I guess an Eastern Conference Finals, which is, something, but you don't really hang that. I guess you hang it in the rafters, but still, it's disappointing.
Yeah, it is. And it was such a great story. I mean, you're absolutely right. How much fun was it to, even if you're not a Pacers fan, like, how much fun was it to watch the Pacers keep knocking off the big dogs? I mean, take the Thunder to a Game 7. Also, can I just say, I keep hearing this argument that the Thunder's championship deserves an asterisk, which I think is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. I've seen people debate this. I'm like, this is not a thing. Like, you guys understand that injuries are a part of sports, right? Like, I'm sorry that Tyrese Halliburton got injured. That sucked. No one wanted to see that. But the idea that, other players got injured along the way, and then here are the Thunder standing at the end, like, that's sports. It happens all of the time. And if you're on the other side and then someone unfortunately gets injured, like, are you going to say, well, I guess our title deserves an asterisk? No. Like, we've all been in that situation where our favorite teams suffer a significant setback and it impedes their progress or impedes their run at a title. So the Thunder during the regular season, Chelsea, were a juggernaut. And what we were saying last year, it's only a matter of time before this Thunder team matures and becomes a championship team. And they did. And now people want to say, well, if Tyrese Halliburton hadn't gotten injured, you don't know that. Like, the Thunder are worthy champions.
Yeah, this is stupid. I feel like
Yeah.
people use asterisk too much. It's like when people say literally on TikTok. People don't know what literally means. They're like, I'm literally dead. I'm like, no, you're not literally dead. So asterisk, I feel like they're fine for like when you mention baseball stats and a guy like went to war or something. They're like, he had 11 consecutive seasons. Asterisk, he went to war for a few years. Or
Right.
maybe you can say something to the effect of like steroids. But like because somebody got hurt, people get injured every single year in sports. It's part of the game.
Yeah. I remember when I was at the Rose Bowl when Texas was playing Alabama. This is back 2010, and Colt McCoy, and we were on point. I thought we were going to beat Bama. Colt McCoy went out in the first quarter. Do people look back and say, "Oh, well, asterisk by Alabama's top"? No, it sucked, but that's sports. Coming next to the show, what is next for the Nationals, and which team is poised to make a run in the second half of the season? We will ask Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic, next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us. Coming up in a couple minutes, as we inch closer to the All-Star break, we will bring in Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic, for his take on what we've seen thus far in the majors. You know what I saw yesterday in the break room? A man make a terrible mistake. And that man was me. Because, as we talk about on this show, I go in the kitchen, break room, Roger, the glue here at Odyssey, usually makes just a vat of coffee. So I go in and I pour myself some coffee. I'm like, a lot of people have been drinking this coffee today. It's warm. It's dark. Roger had not been here in 4 days. Number one, why is this thing still on? That's my question. That's a fire hazard. Number two, this tasted like, what's the best way I can describe it? Like asphalt syrup. It just like straight black, not even a maple, just like, I took a couple sips. I took the first one like, ooh, it's not great. I stirred it and I was like, I think this coffee is 2 years old. Like, it was gross. So what I had to do was, in the next break, go back up to the break room, pour it out, and then use a fresh pod up there, and that was fine. But let me tell you, yesterday was a struggle, and I kept it to myself out of embarrassment. But now the truth is out, because I drank, I don't know what that was. I was going to say sap. That doesn't even do it. Like motor oil. That's what I drank yesterday. Like Pennzoil. Like, imagine just taking some Pennzoil and be like, time to wake up. That's what it was.
I won't even drink coffee that's like 2 hours old. Like, I'm a snob when it comes to leftovers, when it comes to anything. Like, I'm not drinking old coffee, even if it's still hot. The only food that deserves to be leftovers is Italian food, like pizza and pasta. Other than that, I ain't eating it. I hate leftovers.
Oh, man. Whew. I mean, you can taste the difference, right? It can just be like 4 or 5 hours old, and you're like, this isn't fresh coffee. So just imagine 4 or 5 days old. You're like, oh, this is...
I don't want to.
This is STP. Wow. What a jolt in the morning. Let's get a jolt now, when it comes to our baseball knowledge. And for that, we bring in Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. Keith, thanks for being with us here on this Tuesday morning. We appreciate the time. I hope you have a fresh pot of coffee or whatever it is you're drinking this morning. I hope it's fresh and ready to go. I wanted to ask about the Nationals. I know it's 48 hours after the fact, but we're located right here in D.C. At least I am, and that's my team. What is the plan moving forward for Washington, and do they have one?
No. Well, if they have a plan, nobody seems to know it.
Yeah.
Everybody I spoke to in the wake of and I'm thinking a lot more about the firing of Mike Rizzo. Right? Firing Davey Martinez is pretty unsurprising. He kind of buried himself with some of those comments where he seemed to blame the players and try to defer any blame away from the coaches a couple of weeks ago. So that wasn't surprising. But firing Rizzo, the guy who brought them a World Series championship, who engineered the Juan Soto trade, which is going to set this franchise up for years to come. They got two guys from that trade are going to the All-Star game, in fact. And Juan Soto, last I looked, Juan Soto is not, actually. So that alone should have saved Rizzo's job. But the timing on this is super bizarre. Doing it a week before the draft when they have the first pick, just a couple of weeks before the trade deadline, it really says to me that ownership has no plan, that this was some kind of knee-jerk reaction. And if ownership is surprised that they're not contending this year, they have nobody to blame but themselves. They weren't willing to spend money this offseason to upgrade the roster. And this is what you get when you don't spend, particularly when you have a team that you've got a good rising young core. That's when you go out and start spending to try to supplement. And they decided not to do so.
All right, Keith, since you have a background working in the front office with the Blue Jays, I figured I would ask you about Toronto. On a nice little run as of late, leading the AL East, what has made Toronto so good over this recent stretch?
Well, I think one of many factors here is the fact that they signed George Springer to a pretty large contract several years ago. They expected him to be kind of a anchor, co-anchor in their lineup with Vlad Guerrero, and he's been not very good and also very, very frequently hurt. And just in the last couple of weeks or so, they've finally gotten what I would say at least is kind of the George Springer that they signed up for, where he's getting on base, he's hitting for power, he is giving them another real offensive force beyond Vlad Guerrero in that lineup. And if he can stay healthy, I think that's the player he's always been. I just think even when he's been able to take the field, he hasn't been 100% healthy. That can continue to drive them towards a potential playoff spot. That said, I also look at this team. I look at the fact they barely outscored their opponents on the year. They're playing a little bit above their heads too. So that is a club that I think if they want to continue to contend and to get to the playoffs, they really need to be buyers as we approach the trade deadline.
Keith, when you look at what Cal Raleigh is doing right now, it's really one of the more fun stories to have followed in the first half of the season. Do you think he can actually give Aaron Judge a run for the home run title? And what has been the difference for Cal Raleigh this season as opposed to maybe previous seasons that we've seen?
I think he can give Judge a run for the title, and I kind of wouldn't mind seeing Raleigh end up winning the MVP award, even though Judge has clearly been the more valuable player, and he should probably win. But it's fun to see a guy come out of nowhere and win an award like that. I think, somebody asked me, it was another radio hit the other day, is it going to be Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani for MVP again? Yeah, I get it. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes to see the same team or the same player win again and again and again. So the fact that there might be other contenders in both leagues is pretty fun. In Raleigh's case, I don't have a good explanation. I've seen Raleigh going back to saw him at Florida State, which is, God, that's 10 years ago now. And I thought, hey, this guy might be maybe an everyday catcher. At least he's a good backup in the big league. So clearly I did not see him on a 60-homer pace at any point. And the one thing I wonder is if there's a long-held baseball axiom, at least on the scouting side, which is that catchers sometimes develop a lot later because it's just so much. We're asking them to do two jobs, and it's so much wear and tear on the body that a lot of times they don't develop at all offensively, or if they do, it just comes later than it does for guys at other positions. And that may be the case with Raleigh. He's peaking at ages 30, 31. That's really unusual for any position player. Maybe it's just a function of him being a catcher and taking that beating from being behind the plate so many games.
All right, so the All-Star Game's coming up, and obviously there are so many big names and so many good players to watch, but I think as far as a national spotlight goes, especially for people who don't have like the MLB package, this is their chance to see players that they normally don't get to see. So for casual fans, who do you think they should be paying attention to during the All-Star Game?
Well, I have to, full disclosure, I am somewhat of a curmudgeon when it comes to the All-Star Game because, in fact, I won't be watching it this year. I generally don't watch it because I hate the way they do it. These guys come in, they throw 10 pitches, maybe they get one at-bat. It's not like it used to be where a guy would come in and, you'd have position players maybe play the whole game, or a pitcher would come in and face, at least throw 2 innings or so. So you really have a chance to get to know some of these guys, to see them a lot more. So to me, it's just frustrating that it's not the game that it used to be. But just looking at the rosters here, guys, I would particularly highlight Riley Green is one of the starters in the American League. He's kind of a rising. I think he's already a star, but he's not a household name, certainly. From that Tigers team that looks like they're definitely going to the playoffs. And at some point, probably after 1 or 2 at-bats, he'll come out of the game, and maybe Byron Buxton will come in, which is Buxton is finally having the season I think most of us from the scouting side always thought he was capable of having, but like George Springer, he's been hurt a lot. And so we've never really seen the fully healthy Byron Buxton, I would say, until this year. Obviously, on the National League side, Paul Skeens is, the moment he's in the game, it's sort of must-see TV. He might win the Cy Young Award in the National League this year. I think if we did the voting right now, he would win the award. And I mentioned that Juan Soto trade, the fact that James Wood is one of the starters. Mackenzie Gore is going to, I don't know who's going to actually be the first pitcher, but he's going to pitch at some point in the game. That's 2 of the 5 guys that the Nats got back in that Soto trade. And I think that this is, obviously Rizzo's not there anymore, but a testament to how well he handled a very difficult situation. There were not going to be a ton of buyers willing to pay such a high price in prospects to get Soto. And Rizzo swung a deal like I said, I think it sets this Nationals franchise up for the next 5 years.
Keith, even though you're not a fan of maybe All-Star Weekend in Major League Baseball, when you look at the Home Run Derby in particular, I feel like this has been really well done by the major leagues and how they've carried it out in the star power, and it's added to the weekend. But are we seeing now, or do we have the potential of seeing stars starting to slowly opt out, and it becomes kind of like the slam dunk contest where all of a sudden the superstars are saying, nah, this competition is not for me?
Yeah, I think that's true. And but I should say, I'm going down to Atlanta. I'm going to the Futures game on Saturday, which I think is awesome. It's basically, for folks who don't know, it's an all-star game, but a prospect. So obviously it's right in my wheelhouse. And I'll be down there for the draft, which happens the first 3 rounds happen on Sunday, and then they'll finish it on Monday. As for the Home Run Derby, and I think this is true for the all-star game too, you do see players decline to participate or opt out because they'd rather just have a few days of rest or go spend time with their families. And I think that the cachet of these events has definitely gone down over time. I like the way that Major League Baseball has changed the Home Run Derby to make it kind of new and a little bit fresh and just more interesting. I think the NBA has done that with a lot of their all-star events too. Just recognizing that what fans want to see is always going to be evolving, and that's what these events are. The All-Star Game too, these are marketing events. They have no meaning for the whole season. So play it up a little bit. Give the fans what they're looking for to keep that audience engaged and maybe to draw new people in who aren't regular baseball fans but might get more interested after they watch the Derby, the All-Star Game, even the Futures Game, any of these events this weekend.
All right, so we have a couple minutes left, but I want to ask you, because we're a betting show, so we're always looking for that team where I feel like we see this every year. There is a team on the second half of the season that catches fire and comes out of nowhere. Well, maybe not nowhere. Maybe they have the foundation, but they kind of sandbag the first half of the season. Is there a team that you look at and say, this team could be a lot better in the second half?
I thought Seattle had a chance. I actually picked them to win the AL West coming into the season. They have underperformed a little bit, and I think some of it is also the offense they don't have the firepower that they probably needed to have coming into the season, but they do have a tremendous pitching staff. The pitchers are healthier now than they were in the first half of the season, so I expect them to at least continue on that pace of run prevention, maybe even improve on that in the second half. I also expect them to be buyers. I think they're actively out there trying to find bats to help them continue to help them play better in the second half and to get to the postseason.
He is Keith Law, the senior baseball writer for The Athletic. Keith, have a great time going down there, enjoying all the baseball festivities, and thanks for being with us.
Yep, my pleasure.
All right. Well, that's got to be a nice week. I forgot about the Futures game. Is that something you follow or followed before? I know you're a baseball gal, or is it something that as part of that weekend you're like, I'm going to pass on this?
I'll watch it if it's on.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's on like normal channels, is it? Like I think you have to have MLB Network to even watch it. Like that's the frustrating part about baseball is that when we were growing up, you could watch, teams on normal channels. Like I remember watching the Cubs on WGN and the Braves on TBS. If I could do the antenna right to where I could get those channels. But now it's like you have to have the MLB package or like the certain network, or there's blackouts where even if you pay for the MLB package, you don't get the local teams. So even if I wanted to watch the Braves, I can't, even though I'm paying $100 and some a year to watch, MLB Network. So I think that's the frustrating part of baseball is just that it's hard to get in those casual fans if casual fans can't watch it on normal TV.
No, I totally agree. I mean, why? And don't you want to grow the sport? Like, don't you want those fans there? I understand, in theory, the thought behind it. But I think in practice, you're like, okay, yeah, I understand. But ultimately, especially in today's day and age, grow the sport as much as you can, because I think it could have the flip effect where you watch more and you're like, you know what? I want to go to these games. I want to be there. I'm not necessarily sitting it out. Like, I want to be more into the action, or at least closer to the action, and actually be a part of that as opposed to just sitting at home. I feel like sometimes that sort of thinking is flawed.
Yeah, and like the blackout teams for Nashville is Cincinnati and Atlanta. Neither of those are within 4 hours of us. So like, what am I supposed to do? Every day make a 5-hour commute to Cincinnati to watch this team in person? It doesn't make sense. So I understand there's like Bally Sports whatever, but it's not included in YouTube TV. So I don't know. They got to figure something out.
Yeah, because you can stream us live on the Bally Sports Live app or ballysportslive.com. Come on. Get us on the TV. Yeah, come on. Get us on there, YouTube. You owe us. I mean, they keep jacking up the prices each and every single month. The least you could do is throw us a bone. I like how I'm just taking shots at individual companies every week on the show. But I got a good one for tomorrow for Wine About It Wednesday. It was all I could do not to talk about it today. And I was like, hold it, Michael, hold it. Don't be a jerk today. Wait until tomorrow. Coming up next in the show. I would say we're looking at tennis, but we're looking at baseball. Best bets coming your way next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Best bets on the way. Doctor's here as well. So, Chelsea, I learned something about ChatGPT last night. I learned this via TikTok. I thought this was sort of interesting. Because I don't lean on artificial intelligence a lot, except when it comes to complicated subjects like finance or super technical stuff, to make sure I sort of get the ins and outs correct, to sort of hone my knowledge, but I'm not going to ask it to like write something for me. But I didn't realize, remember that story last week where a guy programmed, not necessarily ChatGPT, but he built that AI model to flirt with him? And the AI model like proposed to him and he cried for half an hour. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, it was pretty gross. So if you go into ChatGPT, for example, and you look at settings, which I have never done, I'll just throw in like some random queries. You can go into settings and adjust how you want the AI program to interact with you. So I was like, are you just feeding me a bunch of BS this entire time? Are you telling me things that I want to hear as opposed to things that I need to hear? Because ChatGPT is always like, oh, you're doing an amazing job. I'm like, am I? Or are you just saying that? You know what I mean? You have to be careful about that kind of stuff. So you can go in and adjust. And I was actually reading that if you adjust how you want the program to speak to you, you can get it to be, it can speak all flowery to you and tell you everything you want to hear, or you can tell it to be mean-spirited if you want, or you can put it in, hey, I want you to be honest and to push back if need be to make sure everything is factual and correct. So I put that in to make sure that any sort of feedback I get is as true as it can be. But I did not realize that this was a thing until yesterday.
I think I've seen this, but with Grok, because people do this on X, and they're like, Grok, summarize this and tell me what it's all about, but say it as Crocodile Dundee or like some type of like accent. And people love doing this. And I can't decide if this is like helpful or if it's just making people dumber, because we're not using like logic anymore. And I'm not saying for like the things that you're using it for, because, you know, some things are really challenging, like, you know, building a trip itinerary or like taxes. We've been talking about taxes a bunch today. Because it's just a lot of words and a lot of things to, you know, digest. But like people will ask Grok about the dumbest things on X. Like things that like a quick Google search could have told you the answer to.
Correct.
And they're like, Grok, who is Haley Steinfeld married to? It's like, I don't know how much energy it takes, but we've talked about this before. Doesn't it take like a ton of energy to run these AI programs to where like we're killing the environment so we can see the bobblehead of ourselves? You know, like these dumb things that are so useless, but people are like, well, I wanted to see it and I kind of want to see mine. But listen, like it's like when you use a credit card for the first time where you're like, oh, like if I don't see the money, it doesn't exist. I feel like people are that way with AI stuff.
Oh, all the time. Like we were talking about Kevin Durant snapping back to people on X or whatever. And someone below a tweet like that will be like, Grok, give me a picture of someone who would talk like this if they spoke with a Cockney accent. You know, it's like, okay, why do you want to see this? And that takes up a ton of power, which is why you have all these tech companies building these massive warehouses just full of like data centers to handle all the capacity and all the questions that people are asking. But I thought it was interesting because I don't want to be told something. Like, I'm very judicious in what I ask, but also if you're going to give me some sort of feedback that I think is useful, I don't want it to be thrown out there just to placate me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear just what I want to hear. I want you to be honest based on actual information gathering so I can make a more educated decision.
I think some of this you could apply to like journalism as well, because like I would like my news to be, you know, objective. And it's
Yes.
wild to me, like the day that you discover that like Fox News and CNN like have a leaning, you're like, what? How is this a thing? Like I remember when I was like 13 or 14, I like just first realized this. I'm like, how was this news? You know, if it has like a tilt towards it, because isn't that like the number one rule of like journalism is to not have a tilt? But, you know, they make a ton of money off of it.
Oh, yeah, and it didn't used to be that way. I mean, you could always make an argument, well, subjectively, you know, the way things are presented, because journalists can act as gatekeepers, right? And how that information is disseminated to the public is just going to be naturally subjective. But, you know, now these organizations, whoever it is, they've realized, we can make a lot more money by firing people up, putting this out there, slanting it a certain way. So that's changed dramatically. One thing that doesn't change, the feeling that you get when you listen to Bet Sweats. Oh, yes. Sammy P giving their best plays for today. They'll talk about which teams will go from worst to first in the NFL. That's always a fun conversation. Matt Fortuna joins to preview college football at 9:40 in less than an hour. Then the legendary pro gambler, Bill Krackomberger, joins the show at 11 o'clock. Bill Krackomberger, I should say. Crack. Everybody knows him if you know gambling at all. All right, so time to get to it and tell you our best plays for today.
Time to place your bets.
I see you are going with a certain pitcher from a certain town who's been crushing it this season.
No, I was like, I don't know what town Shota Imanaga's from, but I'm assuming you mean Chicago, the town that he is, you know, playing for the Cubs in. All right, so best bet of the day is going to be on the Cubs on the money line at -145 over the Twins. The Twins have not been a great team as of late. Over the last 20 games, they are just 7-13. Their offense has been in the bottom 10 of just about every statistical metric over the last month and overall for the season. And so usually I see the starting pitchers. I'm like, okay, Shota Imanaga in the circle of trust. Listen, he doesn't even have to be great in this matchup. Like, he just has to be good because the offense for the Cubs is miles better than what we've seen from the Twins. If you look at the Cubs this year, top 3 offense overall when it comes to WRC+, top 5 in just about every statistical category when it comes to their offense over the last month. And surprisingly, they have a winning record on the road at 24-20. But even more so, they have been fantastic as favorites, a blistering 43-19 when the market is giving them credit. So they're favorites here. I think that's what I'm going to go with. Plus, the Twins have not been great against left-handed starters, which Imanaga is. The Twins are 4-11 this year against lefties. So let's go with the Cubs on the money line at -145.
All righty. I'm going to start with the Mets. I found them at -137. Visiting Baltimore. Mets have not been good on the road, but they have Clay Holmes on the mound tonight taking on Brandon Young. Clay Holmes has been very consistent, right? Giving up more than 2 runs only twice in his last 9 starts. Brandon Young, since being called up from the minors, has been kind of a train wreck. 0-3, 7.02 ERA, 13 earned and 16 2/3 innings pitched. I think it's a good price on the Mets to get to Young early and then take advantage of their bullpen as well because the O's are weak in that spot. So let's go Mets -135 in Charm City. All right, couple more bets, Chelsea. You have any leans? I should ask about that.
I do like the Mets as a lean. I didn't put pen to paper, but I do like it. But only one play for me.
Okay, very good. I'm trying to get on the right side, but as I said, I think I'm going to get cold. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my bones. I hate to put it out there. Braves, A's. Let's go over 10. -118. Didier Fuentes going for the Bravos. Jeffrey Springs going for Oakland. I think we get 11 or 12 in this game. Didier Fuentes, woo. Maybe go over the first 5. He's given up 12 earned in 12 innings this season. He will not go long. He's made 2 appearances on the road this year, an ERA over 10. Opponents are batting .378 against him. Now, Jeffrey Springs going for the A's. I have to say, he's been very good after a tough start to the season. 2 runs or less in each of his last 4 starts. But again, this game in Sacramento, that has been a massive overpark this season. And the A's bullpen, one of the worst in baseball, as we know, ranked 29th in the majors. So let's go over 10 -118. And how about some plus money on the card? Yeah, Rays +105 in Detroit taking on the Tigers. We have Ryan Pepio going for Tampa, Jack Flaherty going for Detroit. Jack Flaherty has just been a disappointment this season. Bottom line, giving up 21 runs in his last 18 innings pitched. The Tigers have lost each of his last 4 starts by a combined 37-13. Ryan Pepiot was on the mound against the Tigers back in June, allowed 1 run over 5 innings. Yesterday, we kind of like the Tigers at plus money. Today, we're going to flip it. Tampa on the money line is plus 105. I need a dub. That is the card.
Well, you've got 3 chances. 3 chances to get you some dubs. I do appreciate remaining aggressive. I probably need to be more aggressive, but maybe tomorrow.
I'm trying. We'll see how it works out. You never know. I'm trying to be aggressive and go after the plays. I'm trying not to say, oh, I'm scared, because I do like all these plays. I researched all these plays. We'll see if it actually pans out or not. Dogster, what's going on with you? You generally have a play or two, something that's been bothering you. What's going on?
Yeah, you guys aren't the only ones who have talked to famous people before.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I decided to leave the barn last weekend, and guess who I happened to run into?
Who is that?
Charlotte Johansson. And let me tell you, she got handsy real quick.
Dongster, that's Scarlett Johansson. You know that, right?
What?
Yeah, I don't know who you talked to, but it's Scarlett, not Charlotte, so you didn't talk to the Hollywood actress.
So I got this rash for nothing?
Yeah, sorry. You did.
Yuck.
Do you have a bet?
Padres money line, hosting the D-backs. Bye.
Bye, Doctor. And now, coming up on Bet Sweats. Oh, what a way to start your morning. It's Sammy P. Sammy P, good morning.
Good morning. I missed you guys last week. I was
Yeah,
back
how
in
you doing?
Chicago. Barbecues, cookouts, hot dogs, the whole 9.
How was it? Sounds great.
I lost weight, believe it or not. Somehow.
No way.
Some way.
Stronger than ever. You look better than ever. I'm gonna talk to management. Give you another week off. Come back. Be shredded. Good show, Sammy P. Good to see you. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew, have a great Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome in, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Fun show planned today. Matt Fortuna on some college football as we start that early transition into that fine sport. Bill Krackenberger, pro sports bettor, will be joining us in the final hour of the show for 2 segments. He's got a lot to get off of his chest. We addressed some of it, everything going on with legalized sports betting in this country yesterday. We will also talk about some candidates in the NFL. Worst to first, and I guess we'll talk Major League Baseball, even though I had some terrible reads yesterday on the show. Sam, how you feeling?
I thought that one game went under. Did you get hosed late in that total?
Which the Angels won?
Yeah, I thought that was a winner, no?
Well, I was more referring to the White Sox.
Well, that's a plus money. You're too hard on yourself sometimes because that's a plus money dog at plus 150. I mean, that's supposed to lose, right? Wink, wink.
You made me double check. I was like, wait, that was a loser. Sam's usually right on these things. No, that went over. That went over the Rangers and the Angels.
Oh,
too.
Man, I saw 4-3 late. I wasn't really following the games last night.
Yeah.
But it was a game that was like tracking under. My bad.
All good. How'd you do?
Just had the Rockies and Red Sox over, and those guys pounded the ball in the 92-degree weather here last night.
The Red Sox offense has looked good over the last while. When we were talking about that AL East yesterday, you kind of threw out there, look, I'm not saying to bet the Red Sox. I'm not doing that either. But I wouldn't say write them off as right now the 4th favorite in the division. That thing's pretty wide open.
Yeah, they were 25-1 yesterday. That number's come down a bit. They've got 4 straight wins, not to be outdone by the Blue Jays, who won again, and now have 9 in a row. But that's a division that could be very, very fun down the stretch. And even the Orioles are talented enough to be spoilers. I don't think anybody thinks that they're going to make a run and get hot and get into the playoffs. But if you're Toronto, New York, Tampa, and you get into the final month of the season, I don't think anybody wants to play Baltimore because you know the potential's there, the talent is there. Not sure if the pitching is there. It hasn't been all season, but they could be spoilers for sure down the stretch. I also saw the Red Sox, are undefeated since they went to the White House and saw the president. So a lot of Red Sox fans very excited there. Forget the fact that they played the Nationals and the Rockies, but it's because they went to the White House. That's why they haven't lost, right?
So how many games is that? Is that about a week now?
It's 4 in a row.
It's 4? Okay.
Yeah.
Ever since. So I was just going to keep on tracking that way. Speaking of winning streaks, you mentioned it. Blue Jays, we're at 9 now. 9 straight wins for the Blue Jays. It was funny because my entire handicap, not my entire handicap, but part of it was like, look, the White Sox are such a big dog. Blue Jays, it's not like they're pummeling teams. I'm not sure how much longer this is going to continue. And Sean Burke, he has about 1 bad outing a month, but the rest is really good. Sam, last night was probably his 1 bad outing of the month.
That's the White Sox for you, man.
Yes,
they chew you up and spit you out. It was early, too. I mean, they put up a bunch of runs right out of the gate, and you know the White Sox don't have that ability most nights to come back from behind. Final score, I think, was 8-4 yesterday. So you give up 8 runs, you're not going to win many games no matter who you are. But Toronto, they get that 5 spot in the 6th inning. That's not relatively early. That's a team right now, that White Sox bullpen, pretty bad, man. And I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to trot out these guys in the rotation that are going to be able to go 5-6 innings. I mean, that's a pitching staff that just has so many red flags and so many Band-Aids right now over the cut. 30-61 for the White Sox. So, but Toronto's the story, man. Again, 8 runs on 8 hits and 9 straight wins for a team that I don't know that many people saw this coming through.
Speaking of streaks in the league, a long losing streak finally ended for Cleveland. They're getting the money yesterday, and we're like, why? And I guess what we came up with is, look at all these close games. Yeah, they just were swept again, but all these one-run games. And then Cleveland's getting bet yesterday. During the show, that number's coming down. Market all over it. You don't talk to a lot of pro bettors even that will go against long winning streaks or will go with a long losing streak and say, okay, this is when they're going to snap it right now. But it seemed like the market was aligned on Cleveland as that number was coming down, and they were spot on. The Guardians' 10-game losing streak finally over.
Yeah, and you alluded to that too. You had said, I don't know. When do you see a move like this come against the hottest team or against one of the coldest teams, with Cleveland? Whew. I don't know. I mean, you had also mentioned a lot of the one-run decisions that they had with Cleveland. Like, they were in a lot of those games. They weren't getting blown out or torqued. So nice to see them get back on the board. I know the Guardians fans were very ecstatic. A couple of our guys that are Cleveland fans were like, don't let us get hot. And you're like, yeah, you're only 15 and a half back right now. Look at that Central. You got the Tigers, best team right now in the American League. Not just the Central, the American League. The Royals and Twins are 14 games back. The Guardians are 15 and a half back. And my White Sox are 27 and a half back. I think it's a wrap on the AL Central for the Tigers.
Yep, it certainly is. And one I'm looking forward to today, Dodgers-Brewers. So last night, the Brewers dismantle the Dodgers 9-1. Yamamoto doesn't get out of the first. So they've lost 4 straight, LA. 4 straight, a run differential of -31 in these 4 games. That is the worst 4-game span for the Dodgers since 1932. And tonight they've got Mizorowski. That one, according to the market, almost a coin toss. It's the Dodgers -125 at Milwaukee. Kershaw on the bump for LA. So that's going to be a fun one.
And the only reason the Dodgers are favored is because they have Dodgers across the front of the chest. I mean, why else would they be favored right now? It's not like Kershaw's been anything special in what could be his last season, or maybe it's his second to last season. I don't know how long he's going to hang on for glory, but Mizorowski has been as good or as great as advertised, and this is a kid that's probably going to be right there, assuming health, for the NL Rookie of the Year award. That total has come up, though, which is a little surprising. You'd think with a Mizorowski game, it would dip a bit, open to 8. Now we're 8.5. But you look at that game and you go, Dodgers favored? Oh, only because they're the Dodgers, and that Dodger money comes in every day.
Yep, no doubt about it. So an interesting card. We'll get to that later on in the show. Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Bunch of NBA nuggets from yesterday that we could hit on. It was expected, but the Pacers come out. They make the official announcement. Halliburton's torn Achilles means that he will not play all of next year. What they said at the time is maybe they're kind of putting off this terrible announcement for the team, for the organization, and their future. We figured that he wouldn't be out there. Maybe a long shot at the very end. They're like, no. Halliburton not playing next year for the Pacers.
Not a surprise at all. I don't expect you to see Tatum or Halliburton or Lillard. I mean, why would these guys come back? There's no point. They have their livelihoods, their futures on the line. You come back from an Achilles and you don't allow that to properly heal, it's going to affect the way you walk for the rest of your life. So, the win totals too are pretty indicative of those teams not having those star players. Well, at least on the Indiana and Boston side, because we know what happened with Lillard in Milwaukee. But MGM did put out win totals yesterday, And Indiana is 39.5. I don't recall a team getting to the NBA Finals and then having a win total sub 500. So that's something to think about. 39.5 on Indiana, 43.5 on Boston. The math is there. Those guys are not playing next year. And the Pacers announced it, but we won't see Tatum either. Celtics have a win total a year before of 56.5. No, closed at 58.5 and down to 43.5 on the open. So a 15-win dip on the Boston Celtics. You will not see Tatum either. Ain't happening.
Just look at the teams in the East. Cleveland, the highest, 55.5. Then we dip down to New York. We'll get to them in a minute. 52.5. Orlando, third highest, 51.5. You just mentioned that Boston's 43.5. So is Philadelphia. Detroit and Milwaukee higher than both of them, but barely. Atlanta higher than all these teams we're talking about, 46.5. The East is wild. It's going to take a little bit to get used to this. But who knows? The market could be dead wrong. We see that from time to time. A lot of people, talking about Detroit, talking about Atlanta. I've done that. Same thing with, of course, Orlando. But they could be dead wrong on one of them. It's not always as simple as, okay, young team takes a step forward, and now they're going to take a leap forward in the following season. Sports isn't that easy.
Yeah, highest total, Oklahoma City, 62.5. I'm sure we'll talk about this, if not at some point today, maybe tomorrow. But the Thunder have the highest total, 62.5. And the lowest total in 10 years, the Utah Jazz, with Ace Bailey in the fold. 18.5 is the number there. That is the lowest total since Philadelphia had a win total of 15 back in the 2014-2015 season. So things are not great in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, certainly. Mentioned New York. They have the second highest win total in the East. They have a head coach finally. It was the name we kept hearing. The name, if you talk to Knicks fans, they're not that thrilled about. Now, some believe it was time for Tibbs to go. But now you have the replacement. Now that you know it's Mike Brown, is it the right move? That's certainly a fair question to Knicks fans. I will say this about Mike Brown. It's not the longest tenures. It isn't for most NBA coaches. But he does tend to turn things around. Remember what he did just a few years ago in Sacramento after getting 2+ seasons there, fired in his third year. It was a shocking development when they end up with 48 wins and make the playoffs. Year one, usually pretty good. The Cleveland years certainly skewed with the presence of LeBron James, but Mike Brown's the guy in the very end. He's won a handful of titles as an assistant. He's coached a lot of star players, and now he gets to deal with New York.
That's option number 6, 7 for the Knicks.
Well,
Storied franchise. The Mecca of basketball, Madison Square Garden. Should be easy to get a coach, right? We'll just ask this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy, and they're all going to say no. So we'll take Mike Brown, who couldn't cut it with the Kings, and we'll bring him to the Knicks. Yes, that had to be the grand plan in the boardroom in New York. Whatever. The issue with any East team is that you really don't have a lot of depth there. I mean, you had rattled off some of these win totals in the Eastern Conference. You only have, 3 teams with win totals in the 50s? So it's almost like he's going to get to 45, 50 wins by default because the roster is good. Sure, it's not a Mike Brown roster. It's more of a Tibbs roster. But the East is so weak, man. I mean, look at these low numbers on some of these heavy-hitting teams. We mentioned Boston and Indiana, but you also have Miami at 37.5. Toronto was formidable for a long time. They're 34.5. Aside from Cleveland, I don't know that there's anybody that scary on a night-in, night-out basis in the East. I mean, of course, you play everybody in the NBA, but the West clearly much, much deeper than the Eastern Conference. And take a team like Dallas, right? There's a lot of people that are high on Dallas. Look at what they're building. They have Cooper Flagg. Now they're going to assimilate all these other pieces that they've accumulated. Dallas's win total isn't even 40. and that speaks to the depth of the Western Conference. There's no depth in the East.
Yes, you have talent on your roster walking into the Knicks. You're in a good spot because it is a very weak conference, as you just mentioned. But the expectation in year one is go to the NBA Finals. And you're dealing with that New York media. That's the expectation. He might have 2 years, max. Doesn't get to the NBA Finals, he's probably going to be fired too. Joe O, Sammy P, Matt Fortuna, we mentioned later this hour in college football. There's a couple other things in college football that I do want to get to on the other side. We'll get to that next. This is Bet Sweats, weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
All right, coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll talk some college football. Matt Fortuna, one of our friends, joining us on a regular basis right here on the show. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Yep, as predicted, I told you this was going to happen on the show yesterday, and it did come through. Throughout the day, at one point, Alexa was playing, I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. Wife bringing up, I didn't know that was Pitbull. We've got to play that at our playoff game tomorrow. And the kids had different comments, different conversations throughout the day. Hey, Joe, rather, he didn't call me Joe. Hey, Dad, Sam, he couldn't even get to 5 hot dogs in the practice run, but the adrenaline hit, and he was able to get to 6. I'm like, yeah, I was part of the conversation, Jack. I understand.
Thank you, Jack, for baby birding the show to me. Thank you for chewing up the food and spitting it out. That's great. I love that the whole family's tuned in to the I believe that we will win bit. It's a very good bit. My only hope for your team is that you actually deliver, unlike the USMNT.
Yes, I know. And see, now it's in my brain. Now I'm noticing, whether it's social media or just people you see around wearing that gear. And now I'm kind of like, I look at them like, you make me sick. Like, how can you wear that proudly right now? I wouldn't post anything with me in a picture of one of those shirts.
They interviewed the old goalie. What's his name? I shouldn't know.
Wallace?
The old who? No.
That's the only guy.
Not Lawless. The bald guy with the tattoos. Tim Howard is his name.
Oh yeah. Shaved head, yeah.
He was one of the better goalies in American history. Here we go. According to Wikipedia, he's the most capped goalkeeper of all time. So good for him. But he was on an interview the other day saying, I'm not friends with any of these guys. They don't like me. They don't reach out to me. And I'm like, oh, great. We have snobby soccer players who don't respect history and have to draw with Costa Rica or whatever. Like, that's where we're at. That's American soccer.
Oh, man. Great. Well, I know the soccer is big, where you also work at Fox Sports, but I heard one of your Fox Sports teammates say something that I thought that you would be very interested in. I'm a fan of Joe Klatt. I think he does a great job. He brings interesting takes. He steps out. He's not going to hesitate to criticize someone if he thinks it's deserved. I always think he's got a good grasp on the sport and where things are, and I enjoy his call with Gus. On his podcast, he always has some topics that will make you think in the offseason, just thinking forward to the upcoming season. And I was checking out yesterday, and I heard a clip. I'm like, I've got to play this for Sam on the show. What he did is he did a breakdown of 10 teams that are likely to make their first college football playoff in 2025. This is just about the very end of his podcast. Here's about a minute. Take a listen to what Klatt had to say. And he did rank these 10 through 1. Here's his number 1 team to make the college football playoff for the first time.
Which leads us to the number 1 team most likely to make a playoff for the first time in their program's history, and that is Illinois.
No!
Here's what benefits them is that they're so experienced. So they can handle early games, big games. Both USC and Indiana, maybe less so USC, but both are kind of breaking in new quarterbacks. I know Maeva got some time late last year, but new quarterbacks. Meanwhile, Art Myers in his 3rd year as a starter and gets to play in September as an experienced player in those big games. That's gigantic. Even if they don't beat Ohio State, their next biggest game is probably Washington on the road. Not saying that that's easy, but you can take an experienced team and win that game potentially. And even if they don't win that one at 10-2, I think that Illinois probably goes. This year's Indiana is Illinois, a team that their schedule is perfect, their roster is perfect, there is experience in the right places, and there is a guy at the helm. This case, Brett Bielema, knows exactly what he's doing. So I like Illinois as my number 1 team to make their very first playoff appearance. They've got the roster, they've got the schedule, all things aligned for Illinois this year.
Woo! There's Joe Klatt. The money quote This year's Indiana is Illinois. Sam, your response.
No. Just not something I was expecting today. And you look at the win total, and it's 8.5 at MGM, juiced way under, -155. That is the fourth or fifth time I've heard somebody so far this offseason say that they're 10-win good. And I hear that, and I just know better. I mean, I went to Illinois, and we can never have nice things. Let me tell you the last time Illinois won 10 games. 2001. Now,
Kittner?
that was Kittner and Ron Turner. And I believe they had Brandon Lloyd at wide receiver. They lost in the Sugar Bowl that year to LSU with Rohan Davey. That was a really good team. And they haven't been back to double digits since. I don't count last year. I mean, they won 10, but they were 9-3 in the regular season. So that doesn't affect the win total in terms of getting to 10 wins. You go 9-3, then you win the Citrus Bowl. Woo! Citrus Bowl. Look, Bielema is a program builder. That much is obvious. But Luke Altmaier to get you to 10 regular season wins, I don't know, man. And I hate people that say, oh, the schedule is easy. You play Ohio State, that's a loss. You play USC, that's no guarantee. You go to Indiana, where you probably lose. You go to Wisconsin. I mean, you could be 8-4 easily. So 10 wins make the playoff. I'm just not there. And I appreciate the bold take because I know Klatt's not an Illinois guy. This is certainly not a homer take. So I respect it. I just don't agree with it. To win the conference, just to give you an idea, they are 40-1 to win the Big Ten. So that ain't happening. You're not going to outduel Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon. And then to make the playoff, I see 6-1. So a big underdog to make the college football playoff. The more hype I hear on Illinois, the more I know better, man. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. And Klatt actually mentioned that. He's like, maybe all of this hype means this is likely a team to underperform. Like, he wasn't making fun of himself. He's like, look, this happens. And Bielema was saying the exact same thing. There is a team that a lot of people turn to, and they point at and say, that's the dark horse. That's the team that's going to take a leap forward. Reasons A, B, C, here is why. I get the reasoning. So we've seen, especially lately, with all this movement, especially with the transfer portal, you see guys where there's continuity. There's usually a guy or two where, wow, third year in a system, third year in an offense, where they really break through just due to the experience. And Altmaier is in that position. And schedule-wise, you're right. Ohio State is a loss, but maybe they keep it competitive at home. Maybe. And yeah, there are other tough games. But the big thing is they avoid Penn State. They miss Oregon. And whatever you think about Michigan, they also miss them. Like, it just could be one of those years where things align. But I understand your pessimism due to history. And everybody is jumping on this bandwagon right now. Like, anybody who has a show just looking ahead early on, they're pointing to Illinois. And just because Indiana happened, which isn't a yearly thing where a team just comes out of nowhere, everybody's going to be looking for this year's Indiana. Doesn't mean there will be one.
I haven't done my college numbers yet. I'll have those done probably when we get back from the All-Star break. So the end of July, we should definitely have this conversation because we couldn't do it last year. We weren't working together until the end of August. But I'll have these suckers ready by the 21st or 22nd of July. And on the surface, without even looking at any of the things from last year and doing any of the massaging of the numbers, I still have Indiana higher than Illinois. And they go to Indiana. So, I mean, that from a power rating standpoint, that should be a loss. You're right, though. You get Ohio State at home. You get USC at home. It's a very easy home schedule. And there are people that are down on Wisconsin, which is fair. I mean, this isn't our older brother's Wisconsin team. That much is clear. But I'd have to get through the math on it. Again, it's a situation where I was on vacation last week, and we have the All-Star break next week, and season doesn't begin for 7 weeks, give or take, in college. But I just don't imagine that I'll have Illinois at 10 wins. It's not like you have this like champagne blogger on saying, "Oh, they're going to go to the playoff," or it's not like it's Jake Hassan saying that they're going to go to the playoff. I mean, this is Joel Klatt. It's a little bit different. So I guess Illinois fans should be happy about it. But as somebody who threw an Illinois jersey in a trash can at Soldier Field when we lost to the Kitty Meows, I know better, man. Dude, I launched it into we lost to Northwestern like 10-6 or something one year. I went to Soldier Field. We went and tailgated. We were absolutely horrible. I have to go back and find the exact moment. And I took the jersey off and I threw it in the garbage and I said, never again. We've lost to these purple prided cowards for the last time. I am not doing it anymore, Joe. Ain't happening.
No, this is not a bit. There might be some people out there that maybe haven't followed you on social media for a long time, don't quite know the hatred that you have for the Northwestern Wildcats. Most people just kind of look at Northwestern like, oh, they're cute. That's nice. Once in a while, they have a good year and things come together. What conference are they in exactly? I think that's most people's reaction, but you despise them. And the funny part of it is you got your broadcasting career started at the home of Northwestern Wildcats basketball and football, which is funny. So you had to deal with it. You've always hated them, but then I think that took it to another level.
Yeah. Dave Ennis unfollowed me on Twitter twice because of my Northwestern bashing.
He came back and then he left again, huh?
Yeah, he left again. There's the game against Northwestern, November 28th, 2015. Last game of the season. The Purple People Eaters beat us 24-14, and that was it. I said, that's enough. I am not suffering anymore. I am moving on with my life. Oh, good grief. Wes Lunt. Remember Wes Lunt, Mr. Pick Six himself? He was the quarterback that year. That was a bad team. Bill Cubitt, your guy, was the coach of that Illinois team.
You lost to Clayton Thorson? Come on.
Yeah, it was really bad. It was really, really bad. We had we actually had 300 yards of offense, but yes. Anyways, nobody cares aside from me and you about Illinois Northwestern. But that's pretty alarming that he's got them one. The other teams on his list, Zach put it in the chat for us. So teams likely to make their first playoff: Illinois 1, Ole Miss 2, South Carolina 3, Miami 4. I'm big on Miami. Iowa 5.
I'm not there in Iowa, but I'm never going to be there. For them to make the playoff. So if you look, we'll talk to Matt Fortuna about the Big Ten as well. Of course, Ohio State's the favorite. Penn State's second. The teams that we're talking about, you've got Illinois outside the top 5. And, when you were rattling off the schedule, like, well, Indiana's lost, you've got to go to Indiana. Indiana is 9th in odds to win the Big Ten. You could find a 48-1 on them. So, like, people are looking how everything went perfect, and they are selling hard on Indiana. Nobody's going to overlook that team this year. It'll be a more challenging schedule than what they had to deal with a year ago. But, yeah, a lot of people are taking a look at Indiana and fading them hard. Like, this is something in the old days, Sam, you don't see that immediate reaction to run the other way, but we're seeing it with the Hoosiers now.
Right, only because the sustainability usually isn't there in Bloomington, and that's understandable. Even a Hoosier fan would admit that. But I would like to see it before I believe it. You cannot look at that schedule and see at Indiana and chalk that up as a win. You just can't. Could they win? Of course. Of course they could win. But that is not a layup like it used to be. Not even close.
Nope. Certainly not. And yeah, you can go down the board. It's funny. Nico goes UCLA. They're 200-1 for the conference. It's going to be a challenging one, but I mean, there's a reason that about 3-1 and under, you've got Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon. Most likely your winner is going to come from there, but there will be multiple Big Ten teams representing in the playoffs. So I think that's where Klatt's coming from. That, okay, now it's going to be their turn. This is the dark horse team. It's such a deep conference. It's going to get a lot of respect. It's Illinois' turn, and he's not the only one that is saying it. It's entertaining. Juice to the under, certainly noticeable. The more and more chatter you get about the Illini, I wonder if that's going to stay there. Juice to the under at 8.5. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. We're going to continue to talk some college football. Matt Fortuna will drop by. That is next right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out on this Tuesday morning. We are getting set for college football. You can tell it. I don't know that it's in the air, but it is in the air for us as we continue to talk with Matt Fortuna. He joins us now from the Inside Zone. Check him out, InsideZoneMF.com. Follow him on X at Matt_Fortuna. How you doing, Matt?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
Well, Joe threw me a huge curveball here way too early on a Tuesday morning. He played an audio clip of my teammate, Joel Klatt, saying that Illinois is the most likely team to make the playoff for the first time. I gagged live. I'm not sure what your reaction is to that, Matt. As somebody that went to Illinois, I hear that and think, oh, they're going to go 7-5 or whatever. But most likely to make the playoff for the first time, I can't get there. Sorry.
It's funny. You have that reaction. I'm a Penn State graduate. I have the exact same reaction when everyone says they're going to be a preseason number one team in the country this year. Like, gee, what can go wrong there, right? And look, we've both seen our share of Big Ten letdowns, right, over our careers. Like, I love all this momentum that Illinois has. I think they had a great season last year. They returned 16 starters from that bowl win over South Carolina. I don't disagree with Joe Klatt on paper. I mean, I think this is a team that absolutely has a chance to make a run here and possibly compete for a playoff spot. I mean, you look at that schedule, obviously they'll be an underdog against Ohio State. They'll probably be an underdog against Indiana. That's an early season game, although I'm not sure how good Indiana is going to be this year. But they're going to be favored in probably 10 games or so this year. And I think a lot of it's going to come down to that week 2 game at Duke for both teams, two teams coming off surprising 10 wins in seasons last year. But I get your hesitance, right? Like we've seen Big Ten seasons like this where there's a sleeper team and it just has 5 and 7 written all over it.
Due to your time covering the Irish, certainly you know how the money is always going to come in a positive sense, whether we're talking about a title, the quarterback for the Heisman, or over on the win total. Following up their run to the championship, the win total is 10.5, but it's used heavily to the under. Over at BetMGM, it's minus 140 to the under. How do you handicap the Irish heading into the season?
You know, I think this is maybe a more talented team than last year, but they got to go out and prove it. And the schedule's much tougher as well. And oh, by the way, I don't want to say there's a leadership vacuum, but last year they named 5 captains, and it was like, wait, how did these guys get snubbed? Like, they had so many 5th and 6th year seniors that you knew were going to carry them through those dark times. And all those guys are out the door now. And I think now more than ever, that's going to be very, very crucial, right? The season's longer than ever before. You just lost maybe your best offensive lineman, probably at bare minimum for the first couple of games of the season, if not longer, in Charles Jagasaw, who broke his arm this past week. Who's going to step up? Last year, Charles Jagasaw got hurt in the preseason as well, and it was, well, that's pretty bad, but they do have experience behind them. All that experience is out the door right now. So you're going to have first-timers in different spots on that offensive line. You're going to have a first-time starting quarterback, probably C.J. Carr. And inside and outside the building, he's believed to be the golden child. I have no reason to doubt that. But you never know, right? I mean, the first game of the year is going to be under the lights at Miami. And you can say what you want about Miami fans. They show up when Notre Dame plays. Notre Dame learned that the hard way in 2017. So that's going to be a raucous environment as well. I lean toward the under. I think this is a team capable of going 11-1 or 12-0, but the schedule is so much more difficult. I mean, you could theoretically win this bet 2 weeks into the season. They open with Miami and Texas A&M. I'm not saying they're going to lose both those games, but they certainly could. They've got Boise State later in the year. They go to Arkansas. They obviously host USC. They're kind of a wild card this year, but I would feel more comfortable, even with the juice, taking the under right now of 10.5.
Yeah, I think the stability at quarterback, maybe stability is the wrong word, the experience at quarterback, because they didn't really have stability. They were just bringing in transfers for a couple of years. They go Sam Hartman, Riley Leonard. Now you go to a freshman. Not your traditional true freshman, but still, it's a kid. And that's a lot of pressure out of the gate for a team that just went all the way to the national championship. I look at that first game and I think it'll be a good experience for Carr on the road. But I also think if they fall behind, man, it's going to be very, very interesting. And you and I have a mutual friend who says Carson Beck is going to throw for 400 yards on Notre Dame. So if that happens, Good luck to Notre Dame, huh?
Yeah, I mean, look, Carson Beck's actually maybe my sleeper for I don't want to say breakout player, but maybe Heisman, just because 2 years ago he was the front runner, or excuse me, going into last year he was the front runner, right, to be the Heisman, to be the number one pick. Obviously, things didn't go according to plan, but I think he might have more offensive talent around him at the skill position at Miami this year than he did last year at Georgia. That was a very underwhelming running back and receiver core by Georgia standards last season. Carson Beck obviously did not handle the extra pressure well. If he's healthy, I mean, I think he's primed for a really good year. I mean, if you're Miami, you point to Carson Beck, and obviously money had a lot to do with him going there, right? But you also point to Cam Ward last year and say, this guy was not going to get drafted. He decided to come back to school and come to Miami, and we turned him into the number one pick under offense coordinator Shannon Dawson. And so I think that's music to your ears if you're Carson Beck. That said, he's not throwing for 400 against this Notre Dame secondary. I mean, what Mike Mickens and Marcus Freeman have done with that side of the ball, that went from, the biggest Achilles heel on this roster for so many years to being one of the best secondaries in the country year in and year out. And you're seeing that in the recruiting rankings as well. So I think Carson Beck could have a great game. It's not going to be 400 yards.
Woo, that's interesting. 37-1 is what you can find on Beck. And while you say he's not going to throw for 400 yards, but if he gets a win, if he has a pretty good game, those Heisman odds would absolutely plummet after that game. So, like, if we're talking dark horses, so far this offseason, a lot of the people we talk to, they bring up Lenore Sellers, whose number's been going down a bit, maybe Mateer over at Oklahoma, DJ Lagway, Sam likes him. But would you point to Beck as your dark horse right now?
Yeah, I mean, when you mentioned that number, I think he is a dark horse, right? Like, he's a mainstream name. He's started big games at big programs before, but he's kind of flying under the radar. And again, we got to see if this guy's healthy or not, right? Which is probably why there's so much hesitance in the market right now. But that's a guy who I think, if everything lines up for him, could be in the running. You mentioned it. He wins that first game, all of a sudden he's going to be your week one Heisman. And Miami lost 2 games last year, and Cam Ward still made it to New York for the Heisman ceremony. I think this is another really talented Miami team that's going to compete for an ACC championship, going to have the primetime stage all to themselves. Remember, that's a Sunday night game the day before Labor Day in week 1 against Notre Dame, Catholics versus convicts. So I think that's a great guy to look at if you're looking at dark horses. I love Mateer. I know you mentioned him, but I love what him and Ben Arbuckle did together at Washington State. I think coming into Oklahoma in the SEC is going to give them a bigger showcase. You know they're going to have a good defensive team so long as Brett Venables is still there as head coach. If those two guys, that duo OC and QB, can replicate some of what they did on the Palouse last season, I think Oklahoma has a chance to be a breakout team, and John Mateer has a chance to be a sleeper Heisman pick.
Matt, how many teams can win the national championship next season?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I think in the 4-team era, you would ask this question and we'd say like 3, 4, right? I mean, how many 4-team playoffs were there where you knew like the 3rd and 4th seeds had no chance whatsoever of winning it all? Now, I mean, we're coming off the season which we saw the 7th seed versus the 8th seed in the national championship game. All 4 teams that had first-round byes lost their first playoff game. So it's tough to gauge in that regard, because I just think the season is so long right now, and there's so many intangibles as far as keeping a team locked in for that long, particularly when the portal's open, when there's coaching moves happening across the country and so forth. And when you got teams like Ohio State that were by no means the best regular season team in the country last year, but were probably the most talented team in the country, and ended up proving that when they got, let's face it, the 3rd chance when they got to the playoff. They beat Oregon, they beat Texas, they beat Notre Dame. That's a very, very talented team. So if you're looking at just through that prism, I don't know if I go as high as 10, but you could probably find 10 teams. I mean, you're still hearing Alabama fans cry about, we should have been in last year. Look how good we were at our best. Who's to say we could have made that run, right? And I think that's a bit much. I don't think you can talk that way when you lose at Vanderbilt and when you get smoked by a mediocre Oklahoma team last year. But I do think, if you get in with 2 or 3 losses and you're a really talented team, as Ohio State showed last season, you're going to have a chance.
Matt Fortuna of the Inside Zone, founder of the Inside Zone. Check it out, InsideZoneMF.com. A few more minutes here. What about a strong opinion on a win total or 2, Matt?
I hate to go back to the well here, but Illinois, I think, has a real good chance to win 10 games again this year. Excuse me, I believe their over-under was at 7.5. They should do that. Iowa 7.5. I mean, I would rarely go. I mean, Iowa's Iowa. I get they're boring. They're not a sexy pick. It's going to depend on Mark Gronowski's health, the new quarterback from South Dakota State. But that's rarely a team that's worse than 8-4. They're consistently good to great every single year. And then just looking at it now, I mean, Ohio State's 10.5, juiced to plus 135 on the over on DraftKings right now. Ohio State has not lost 2 regular season games in back-to-back years since 2008, 2009. I know it's a tough schedule. You open with Texas. You got Penn State at home. You close with Michigan. But I have a hard time seeing a team as talented as this Ohio State team, particularly with the burden of last year now off their shoulders, off Ryan Day's shoulders in particular. I have a hard time seeing them lose multiple regular season games this year. So I would go over 10.5 with that one.
We got about a minute left, Matt. North Carolina, win total, 7.5. I'm not sure what Belichick is doing off the field. I don't know that he has enough talent on the field. What do you do with 7.5 over under?
You know, I don't think anybody knows, right? I mean, he went full Patriots, full hoodie during spring, no open practices. The players didn't even get numbers. They had one scrimmage for fans where, again, the players did not have numbers. No one spoke to the media. Outside of his personal life, if you will, things have been business as usual for the hoodie in Chapel Hill. I will say that schedule is so favorable, I would lean toward the over. But it reminds me a little bit of Deion Sanders, right, as far as like the NFL to college boomer bust potential. I could see this being a 10-win season. I could see this being a 3-9 season. We never hear from him again. I mean, it's obviously the most fascinating storyline team-wise in the country because I don't think this guy forgot how to coach overnight, but he's entering into an entire new terrain this year.
Matt Fortuna, InsideZoneMF.com, founder of the Inside Zone. Make sure you check it out. Matt, always appreciate your time. I'm sure we'll talk again before the season gets rolling.
Thanks, guys. Anytime.
Appreciate it. There's Matt Fortuna, another in on Illinois on the over.
Oh,
you're going to be in. You're going to be in.
I don't know. Maybe.
You are. By the time we get to the start of the season, you're going to be in, especially plus money. I'm like, okay, fine. I want it to happen. Everybody tells me that it's going to happen. Let's make it happen. Good stuff there from Matt. On the other side, we'll talk some NFL. Worst to first candidates in their division. That is next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Vegas with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Hour number 2 of the show, we'll get to our MLB card. As far as today, this Tuesday goes with a full card, about half the teams in action yesterday. We've got a full card here today and some possible deadline moves. We'll take a look at that later on this hour as well. Bill Krakenberger for a couple of segments, the professional bettor, the opinionated professional bettor, will be dropping by in the 11 a.m. Eastern hour. All right, every year, one of the talking points when it comes to the NFL, when looking at potential division winners, is there a team that can go worst to first? And it happens on, I'd say, a semi-regular basis. It did not happen last year, but there were a number of times that it has happened. So if you go back to 2002, it's happened 25 times. And I started to take a look, Sam, okay, you know what? You're going to see some teams where the odds aren't fourth. They're not the long shot, even though they were in last place last year, because this is something people look for. Of the 8 divisions, 6 of the teams that finished in last place are the long shot. They're fourth in the odds when it comes to the division. Is this something that you believe in, that you look at worst to first to worst? That's what happens in this league, or do you kind of forget it from your handicapping?
No, it's a unique scenario needed for a team that finished worst to go to first. Usually it's around injuries. Let's be completely honest. Usually it's a team that had either a gang of injuries on defense or the quarterback went down. That's usually the formula for a team that sputters to 4 or 5 wins, brings the quarterback back, brings all these guys on defense back, picks in the top of the draft, and then, moves on. But I don't really see any of that this year. The obvious one is the team on top of the list that Zach put together. That's San Francisco. Crazy to think that they go from Super Bowl runner-up to last place, right? But that's what injuries did on defense. So there's an example for you right there. Just decimated at every level. The line, the linebackers, the secondary, multiple guys out, and then the issues on offense. So now you pay Purdy, and you sort of restack the defense. You shuffle out some of those guys that got hurt. You bring in Robert Saleh to run the defense. That's the easy answer. The problem there is that everybody respects the Niners behind the counter. So you're not going to get this exorbitant price on San Francisco. BetMGM is right around plus 150 to win the NFC West. After that, though, it is a big jump in price. But every conversation from worst to first this year obviously starts with San Francisco.
They're the favorite to win the division. They're plus 160. That's the best price that I could find. Yeah, they were in last place. Everything went wrong, and now they're the favorite to win it all. If you mentioned injury and missed games and all that, but it's not only that. Like, I was going back and taking a look. I'm like, oh yeah. Not only did they miss guys, and as you mentioned, of course, CMC is going to be at the top of the list. Ayuk with his serious injury. Debo missed time. He was traded anyways. A handful of guys. But like Purdy missed a game, but he was hobbled all year. George Kittle missed a little time, but he was dealing with an injury for the entire season. Trent Williams, same exact thing. Nick Bosa, Hufanga missed a ton of time. Every level of that defense, as you mentioned, and their star players on offense, everything went wrong. And so I understand why they're the favorite. People are expecting a bounce back year. That is fair. But is it going to be a bounce back year for everybody? Everything that went wrong, is it now going to go right? I would not be betting on San Francisco. The easy schedule is certainly part of this. But I'm not interested at plus 160, man. Now, if they get out to a slow start and we get a little bit of value on that team, maybe. But I have no interest in betting them as a favorite. How about you?
I'm I mean, I'm interested, but I don't love it. I would probably go over the win total before I'd go plus 160 to win the division. You could also go win the conference, or, I mean, dare I say, win the Super Bowl. I mean, those are the prices I think are more enticing. I mean, 10-1 to win the NFC, 20-1 to win the Super Bowl. I'm much more interested in them hitting their ceiling and me buying in early than betting $1 to win $1.60. So that's just kind of how I feel about it. As for the next two teams, they're both 5-1. For me, it's not the Patriots. You know that. You know how I feel about Buffalo. Buffalo is basically the Patriots from 20 to 2000 to 2018 or whatever. I mean, that's the stranglehold I feel like they have. Now, there's many years to go to match the longevity of it. But from a power rating standpoint, I mean, it's not even close in the AFC East. It's Buffalo, and then there's everybody else. So even though the Patriots could sneak up on people, and I saw Adam Schefter saying they're a sleeper this year. Not really. Not. I mean, are they a sleeper if everybody's talking about you? Are they a sleeper when they have a win total of 8.5? No. I mean, that's not a sleeper. A sleeper to do what? Make the playoffs? They're plus 150 to make the playoffs. That's not a sleeper. So I'm getting tired of that. That's like the Illinois of the AFC. New England. New England's a sleeper. I don't think they're a sleeper because everybody's talking about Vrabel and how Vrabel's a winner. And people like Drake May, and they've got Diggs now and all that. So I think they're too trendy. I'd go Bears before Pats. Both teams are 5-1. Pats 5-1 to win the AFC East. Bears 5-1 to win the North. I'd rather go Bears, but I don't like either one of those either.
The best number I could find on New England is 625. It's 625 as the second favorite in the division. That tells you how far away, how much the market respects the Buffalo Bills. As do you, as do I. I am right there with you on that. Like, I understand why New England's popular. People think, okay, now Drake May, this is his team, and look at these additions here, there, and of course a change in the culture and the coaching staff. But I'm not betting them to have a better record than Buffalo. Not doing it, even at plus 625. And then the Bears are the long shot in the NFC North, but it's a shorter number than New England. It's plus 550. That's the best that I could find on the Chicago Bears. All right, speaking of the Bears, before we give you our thoughts on this, them being a candidate to go from worst to first place in the division. This is Ryan Horvat the other day. BetMGM tonight. Take a listen to our favorite wing-eating teammate.
I guarantee the Bears win a minimum of 10 games this season. If the Bears don't win at least 10 games this season, I will shave my eyebrows, my big-ass eyebrows, live here on this show, BetMGM tonight. Brad Evans will fly him here to Washington, D.C., or to Bethesda, wherever he wants to come. He could shave my eyebrows. I'll also shave my head. I'll look like Edward Norton, like Edward Furlong in the 90s. That's what I'll do here. That's how confident I am in the Chicago Bears. Ben Johnson knows the NFC North. Yeah, crank that stuff. I almost swore. That'd be bad. Ben Johnson knows the NFC North.
That's good. That's good.
That's good.
You can fade it out.
That's enough.
We don't need
enough
one bear
Horvat.
down.
It's enough Horvat for one morning. Okay, so I thought it was just eyebrows. Now it's eyebrows and head. I think it'd be funnier, though. I think we should do definitely the shaved head, but we only do one eyebrow instead of both.
One eyebrow.
So he has to have the one, and then the other eyebrow is missing, and then all the hair is gone on top. The Bears have won 10 games. Let's see, 2018, 2012, 2010, and then 26 and 2005. But one time in the last 12 years, I feel the same way about them as I do about Illinois. I hate to group them together, but it's very similar. And they even wear the same colors.
They do. They do. A lot of history that is aligned with Illinois and Chicago Bears football. I hate that I'm about to say this, but I've just taken a step back. I'm trying to remove. I'm not even a fan, I'm at this point. I'm just a close observer, right? And I'm going over the list. If you start at the bottom, say yes or no. Like, let's just go over this list. Cleveland, hard no. Giants, no.
No.
Saints,
No.
Raiders,
no.
Titans.
I could do the Titans. Is that weird?
Oh, you could do the Titans. Okay, we got to go back to that one. Okay.
Well, you have to pick one. I mean, if I had to pick one,
that's what I'm saying.
And you said, "All right, here's $100. Bet one of these teams: Niners, Patriots, Bears, Titans, Raiders, Saints, Giants, Browns." I like the price at 8-1. I've never been a Lawrence guy, at least in the NFL. The Colts do nothing for me. And maybe the Texans are just unlucky this year. The only thing that is drawing me to that price, though, is that the quarterback play was so horrendous last year with Will Levis that maybe Cam Ward can be a spark. Maybe they can be more efficient offensively. And don't look now, the Titans were second in defensive yards allowed last year. Second. Somehow they were 30th in points allowed, though. So, like, how does that make sense? It's the opposite of bend but don't break. They were very good at not allowing yards, but they allowed everybody into the end zone. So if the defense is better and the quarterback play is better, I could throw a dart at 8-1. I don't think it's going to happen, but that would be my move.
It's not a great division. I'll give you that.
No.
I just don't believe in Cam Ward to start. So, like, I'm putting a line through those bottom 5 that I mentioned. I already said I'm not betting San Francisco as the favorite, not betting New England because we're talking about beating Buffalo, and I don't see that happening. So I'm left here staring at the Bears, and I'm on record not betting the Lions. I'm against that, especially at the number that you're going to find them, losing all the assistant coaches, losing both coordinators. And I don't know what McCarthy's going to be in his first year. It could be good. It could be better, maybe a better chance of winning in the playoffs, but not the same regular season record. But is there a chance here for the Bears? Like, I don't like the Lions. I'm not eliminating Minnesota, but they are up against it with a new quarterback, an inexperienced quarterback who could be good for the long haul. And then it's Green Bay that's left in your division, along with Chicago. As they rework the offensive line, as they add to the defensive line, and you actually have an offensive play caller that people trust. This is not Matt Nagy. It is something much better. But remember, Nagy was the coach of the year his first year. They go 12-4. Everything goes perfectly. The only time in the last decade that the Bears have gone over the win total. You're telling me to pick one. People are going to say I'm a homer. I would go Chicago because that's a beatable favorite in the division. I like all the moves, and I like the new coaching staff.
Bears have a high ceiling. I'm not reminding you. I'm reminding everybody else that Bears defense, the year they went 12-4, was number 1 in the league in points allowed and number 3 in the league in yards allowed. That was the year they traded for Khalil Mack, and they just had monsters all over that defense. They won in spite of Trubisky, not because of Trubisky. This team will have to get there behind the arm of the quarterback, Caleb Williams. And I know there's a lot of volatility there, and there's a lot of ranging opinions on Caleb Williams. This defense will not get them the division title. It'll have to be the offense. And if you've been a Chicago fan for as long as Joe and I have, or at least a Chicago resident or somebody close to Chicago, it's a tough pill to swallow to get behind the Bears offense carrying the mail. This is a defensive franchise as long as we've been alive. But that's why you get Ben Johnson. Maybe he is the missing puzzle piece, but it's not going to be because of their defense. That offense is going to have to outduel Detroit and Minnesota and Green Bay. And if that happens, sure, it could happen.
Tennessee. Now you got me thinking about Tennessee. This is something. There's a lot of change. They got a lot of new starters. It's looking like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new starters on offense, likely. A few new starters on the defensive side. They certainly upgrade. They had to upgrade. They were the worst team in football. It comes down to Cam Ward and what he's going to be able to do. And have they finally fixed that offensive line? That's why Callahan and company is there, to fix that offensive line and to have that set up for the quarterback. And they bring in Dan Moore as your left tackle. Your right guard is now Kevin Zeitler. Some pretty good additions there. They've drafted in recent years Skoronski and Latham. Like, is this the year where it finally comes together? Then you're giving Cam Ward at least a chance. Making me think about the Tennessee Titans, as crazy as that sounds. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll get to today's MLB card on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Today's MLB card coming up in just a couple of moments. Damn, I realized I kind of agree with teammate Ryan Horvat on something. Given the topic, given the worst to first potential in the National Football League divisions here. So you requested, Sam, you wanted shaved head, one eyebrow shaved if the Bears don't win 10 games, because that's what Horvat was laying out there. Why? I always find it funny when people just lay out these one-sided bets. Well, what do you get out of it? Nothing. You just, I'm willing to shave my head and my eyebrows if the Bears don't win 10 games. So I did ask him. I texted him during the break, are you willing to shave your head and one eyebrow if the Bears don't win 10 games? Here's Horvat's response. Head, yes. Eyebrows, had to rethink. Because wife said she wouldn't, let's say, make romance with him until they grew back.
But wait a minute. You can't walk that back. It's already on tape.
Can't walk it back. Yeah, it's over. He threw it out there. He's feeling himself. Yeah, he's got to have that. You got to stand by that. Oh, I need this to happen. Mr. Clean?
But you just said they're going to win the division, maybe. So I need to know your truth here. Do you actually think the Bears can win the division, or would you rather see Horvat with one eyebrow, no head, no sex?
I want him to be wrong. He did this last year with the Bears. Like, he came on early odds with me, and he was telling me how great the Bears, Caleb real deal, it's happening this year, and it did not happen. Like, people forgot how bad Eberflus was. I want him to be wrong. But if we're talking about the potential of a last place team finishing in first place, I look to the NFC North, and I think the Bears have that type of ceiling. But there's risk. But that's why we're getting a pretty good number at plus 550, because we don't know what Ben Johnson is going to be able to do in 1 year as they overturn everything inside that organization, starting with him. So what kind of head coach is he going to be? I don't know. He's a phenomenal play caller. We know that he's an offensive mastermind, but is it going to work in year number one with a much better offensive line? Is that going to take time for them to gel together? Maybe. But I am selling at least one, possibly a couple of teams that that had excellent seasons last year. So I do point to the Bears and understand why people are being positive about them, while also taking a look at it like this has been my whole life. Every offseason, people are very positive about the Bears. I am not that person, though. I've been willing to push back and not buy the hype. Like, come on, people, let's calm down a little bit as the unders hit year after year after year. But I could see it happening with the way things are setting up this season.
We did not come into last season talking about a lot of Bears pro bets. In fact, the only thing we discussed was Roma Dunze's over, which was 650.5, the receiver out of Washington, the rookie. And he had 734. We didn't say bet them over, win the division, win the conference. We weren't insane last year. This would be the year, but I would be lying if I said I'm not thinking about the fact that Ben Johnson only had to do one thing last year: call the plays. Mm-hmm. There is no question who the leader of men was in that locker room. And that guy led the room. As much as I make fun of him, the players respected him. Undoubtedly respected Dan Campbell. We have to see that from Ben Johnson, because he's not just calling the plays anymore. He is running the organization, and we shall see. Speaking of correspondence with our network, I did have to naturally send a text to Jay Kassan, who responded right away in Scotland, ironically enough, about Illinois. And I said point blank, Illinois making playoff this year? ? Jake said 7 wins. Everyone likes them, and it scares me.
7. He's not going by the hook. He's not going 8. He's going straight up 7. Nope, not this year's Indiana. Well, I expected that from Jake, though. I mean, I expect that from both of you guys. You're not comfortable with this Illinois love. Do you ever remember a hyped Illinois football offseason?
Yeah, the year that they went to the Rose Bowl with Mendenhall.
Mendenhall's the back, yeah.
Not hype like this. I mean, playoff hype. But then again, you didn't have the playoff in 2008, 2009. So that year they went 9-4. Everything had to go right, though, for Illinois that year. There were some issues. There were some injuries to other teams. And then Ohio State went to the national championship that year. So there was nobody else taking that second tier. And Illinois goes 9-4, loses, gets smashed in the Rose Bowl. And then it was, can they do it again? The very next year, Ron Zook won 5 games. Then he won 3 games, then 7 games, then 6 games, and then got fired. So I think I'm just natured to know better. But sometimes the scars speak volumes. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, certainly understandable. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. Let's hit, Sam, today's MLB card. Where do you want to start? I've got a couple things circled that I want to get to. How about you?
So the first team that I circled was, I almost said Oakland. I'll never get over this. The Athletics.
Oh, wow.
And we've seen some money here swing away from the Athletics. So that's a game that's moved against me, which is fine. I mean, the total moved against me last night. It's not like the first move on a baseball card is the end-all be-all. But I circled last night Athletics -110. They're at home with the lefty Springs on the hill against just a dying Braves team. And the Braves are getting money with that rookie, Fuentes, the 20-year-old. I don't like it. I don't get it. And I do lean to the A's. I can now get +105 at a couple places. Pinnacle's at +109. So there's a move on Atlanta, which I disagree with, and now you get a better price on the Athletics. So that was the first game I circled last night when these lines opened up. 980. I almost said Oakland again. It's so weird, man. I'm never gonna not say Oakland. So Athletics was 1, and then number 2 was Milwaukee. 954. Mizorowski plus money at home against Kershaw. Those were the first 2 I put circles around.
Wow. So you're officially out in the Braves? Or is this just a matchup today?
No, it's just a matchup today. I don't think Fuentes should be favored on the road. That's all it is. I mean, I'd love for the Braves to win 20 in a row. I don't think it's going to happen. But Athletics look good to me, and so do the Brewers. I can't get on board with both of these guys being favored today. Kershaw on the road against Mizorowski, and Fuentes on the road in that bandbox of a park in Sacramento.
And you're fading some teams that are not playing good ball right now. Atlanta losing 9 of 11. And then you have the Dodgers. They're looking to avoid a 5-game losing streak. It's not close either. That's the amazing part. This 4-game losing streak that they're on, -31 run differential there. So Mizorowski would have to bounce back a little bit. He had his first welcome to the big leagues moment in his last start against the Mets, lasting, I believe, only 3 2/3. But let's see if he's able to bounce back. Looked really good in his first few starts of the year. All right, for me, it's one of those days where I look at a couple of big favorites and I really like them, so I'm just going to put them together in a parlay. Now I got to flip on the White Sox. I got to go Toronto here. Bassett is a -185 favorite. They're going for their 10th straight win. This lineup has killed Savali, just destroyed him, hitting OPS of 939. Expected batting average of 344, average exit velo 93 miles per hour. So give me Toronto to win. And how about that Boston Red Sox offense? Keep it rolling. They get Colorado once again. Freeland on the bump. If you take Boston, Toronto, let's go AL East to win. Boston, Toronto, you get about +120.
Yep. I was doing the math as you were saying the teams. Actually, I'm not going to lie. I plugged in the Jays with the Red Sox before you even said the Red Sox because I was reading your mind.
Really?
Well, you did say two big favorites, so you whittled
Yep.
down the list, and I didn't think you were going to go with the Cardinals and Sonny Gray or the Astros with Hunter Brown. So I didn't think that was going to be your plan. I mean, it's an easy move to go against the Rockies. They're so bad, and those lefties that come into Fenway in this weather, man, forget about it. It could be really bad. I even thought about Red Sox on the run line today, and that total's only 9, which is a little surprising because the total last night was 9.5, 10, lands on 12, and now we're sitting 9. So I think the over is another good play based on the fact that the Red Sox are probably going to hit Freeland. And you know how I feel about Bayo, and you've chronicled the eventual regression that should happen mathematically, given what his stats are and what his expected stats are. So I could get on board with any Boston-centric play around offense, whether it be the Red Sox or the over in the game. I could be talked into that for sure. Do we have any thoughts on the Nationals without Davey Martinez? Obviously didn't play yesterday, but they give the ball to Irvin today in St. Louis. First game without Martinez. The move has come on the Birds, minus 180 to minus 200 or higher. I'm not necessarily in love with the Nats in this spot, but it would be Nats or pass for me. I'm not laying $2 with the Cardinals.
Yeah, no question about it. You would only consider Washington. I didn't think too much about them. I understand the angle, and you brought up the fired managers this year. You got Shelton with the Pirates, Bud Black with the Rockies, Brandon Hyde with the Orioles. All awful teams, but apparently it was the manager's fault. Sometimes you do see a bump. It's not all the time, but a short-lived bump with the teams that aren't as talented because you can only do so much. Inside that clubhouse. It could happen at St. Louis. Very unimpressed with what the Cardinals are right now. God, did they look awful on Sunday night. They were just destroyed by the Cubs.
Yeah. I will say there's a spot tomorrow that I will look at to keep this national-centric. I'll look to bet them tomorrow because they give the ball to Gore. And if anybody has followed Mackenzie Gore this year, it's been very frustrating because his stats are insane. And his ERA is very, very solid. But Davey Martinez kept giving him the early hook. And there were many games this year when they'd pull him in the 5th or the 6th, and the bullpen would give it up. I think Gore's going to go up to the interim and be like, I'm going 9 today. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but if you look at the games that the Nats should have won when Gore takes the ball and look at how many of them went south once he got the early hook, it's crazy, man. It's happened like 4 or 5 times this year where he's left with a lead and they've yanked him early, and then they cut to him on the bench and he's like, I can't say what he's saying, but he's mouthing something about how unhappy he is. Because that guy cares about winning games. I mean, everybody should. I think you're going to see Gore have a longer leash tomorrow. We'll talk about it again tomorrow. But that's a game that I've already looked ahead to. I was talking about that game yesterday with a buddy of mine about Gore's first start without Davey Martinez.
That's a good look. I'm curious what that number is going to be posted at for tomorrow. Another one that I was taking a look at, let's go NL West. It's nearly a toss-up in the market. Let me see if the numbers moved at all. I'm talking about Arizona and San Diego. Yeah, the market agrees with me. They're betting San Diego. I liked it more when it was minus 120 about an hour or so ago. Now we're seeing minus 130 over at BetMGM. Some spots as high as minus 140. The home team, San Diego, the favorite. But Pivetta, good history against Arizona. We know about the struggles with the D-backs this season. Tatis has 4 homers and 28 at-bats against Kelly. So I liked it at the opener of 20, but I'm not going to – boy, we're getting to a price now where I would not recommend that one, Sam.
Okay, fair enough pass. It's all math at the end of the day. And I'll tell you what, the longer I've had to think about this since you brought it up, that Blue Jays-Red Sox parlay is probably a winner. Probably.
Yeah, it should be. Right? How does it not? Of course.
I mean, I could think of a couple ways how it doesn't, but
it is baseball.
more times than not, the Red Sox are going to beat Freeland at home, and the White Sox are just god awful. I mean, I think they're going to go over the win total, 49.5. I hope, I pray, but it's still a very bad baseball team.
Yep. There's no questioning that fact. Joe O. Sammy P. All right, coming up next, there was a all-time tennis bad beat. We're going to get to that on the other side and talk about some possible deadline moves in Major League Baseball. You've got Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, welcome back. Having fun here. Bet Sweats, we'll talk some MLB possible deadline moves, but you always take everything that you hear right now with the trade deadline ahead of the All-Star game with a grain of salt. Still a lot of time to go there. But Sam, you wanted to pass along a bad beat in tennis that you came across. This one felt extra crushing to you.
Well, it was. I didn't have a single dollar on it, but there's a gambling Twitter fallout from this. So if nobody saw what happened yesterday at Wimbledon, Jannik Sinner, who's the number one tennis player in the world, was on the ropes against Grigor Dimitrov. And Dimitrov wins the first 2 sets. Not really that much of a challenge either. 6-3, 7-5. So he's got Sinner on the ropes. And they're all square, 2-2 in the third set. And suddenly Dimitrov goes down during play. Turns out he ripped his pec, chest injury, and he has to forfeit the match. So Sinner wins, but not really. Dimitrov was as high as 17-1 to win on the money line and is up 2-0 in sets. So you're right there. You're right where you need to be. And then he goes down and he's holding his right pec. And you can tell right away because he's laughing. It's almost like he realizes what's happened. Like he's gotten this far. He's got the number one player, not dead to rights, but it's looking very, very good. And he just starts laughing. And excuse me, lost my voice there. So he's done. And Sinner moves on. On social, we had our buddy Fosen, who is the guy who bets LeBron to score 10 points every game. He likes to bet a lot to win a little. He likes those free bets or the free money. He had tweeted, picking up my $400 today with a big slip on Sinner, which probably should have lost. Haraut is a tennis originator who does really big work with tennis. He quoted the Fosen tweet and said, picking up my $17K today with a bet slip on Dimitrov, the guy who ripped his pec out. It was a $1,000 bet to win 17 smacks. $17,000. So he had a premature celebration, and then Dimitrov rips his pec, to which Haraut responded, LMAO, I just got buried. Lesson learned. It's not over till it's over, Joe. We know that, don't we?
No. Yeah, we've learned that lesson. We've seen people learn that lesson. It happens but people can't help it. Like they are so excited, like, look at me, and they want to show it while it's going on until it's done. Go ask the Buffalo Bills. Until it's done, don't you dare. Don't even do it. Like, even in group chats, when people start doing victory laps, we're like, shut the bleep up. What is wrong with you? And a lot of times it'll happen. I'm sure it's happened in group chats of yours where somebody says something. Okay, I'll be honest. We talked about it on the show. Anytime Hawk would victory lap a game that she picked, it flipped the other way. Every single time, Sam. I'm telling you. What there was March Madness the previous year. There was a bunch of them where it just completely flips. You can't say anything. How many times has Paul talked about a golf bet, whether it's first round leader, tournament leader, whatever it is, like a long shot he threw out there? Don't look now. And then you go and look at the leaderboard. Yeah, they're first. And by Sunday, they're like 41st.
Or they fall apart immediately after Paul sends the text, which was a recent development. I can't remember who we had. I had somebody to be first round leader and win the event, and he was in first. And Paul said at the end of our show, I don't want to say it, but go look at the leaderboard. I can't remember which golfer it was. And
he only
the
bets
golfer,
like 4 or 5 guys, so.
Well, this was the guy that I bet. He didn't even bet.
That was your
remember?
Bet. Okay.
Yeah, it was my bet.
Yeah.
And the guy was 70-1 first round leader. And I wasn't even following it because I try not to. We're doing the show. I mean, you look at it and you glance at it. And Paul says, I don't want to bring this up, but go look at the leaderboard. And then my guy proceeded to go bogey, double bogey, and then he just fell apart on Thursday. That really bothers me when people victory lap. I think it's worse, though, when you're in a group thread and you and one of your buddies are heads up and you have the right bet but the wrong result, and then right when the game ends, he or she texts you and says, "Told you." That drives me up a wall, dude. That makes me insane. Like, your team has the ball, you're getting, 4.5, they're down 6, they're at the goal line, fumble, interception. Like, they're supposed to win the game outright, and then, the team falls apart, and then your friend says, "Told you." Oh, God! Drives me insane.
I hate told you. I hate told you so. Yeah, the people that come in. Where were you in your last 10 losses? Did you say anything? I didn't hear from you that night. And every time you get something wrong. But yeah, the told you so crowd is definitely the worst when it comes to sports betting. MLB trade deadline notes. Bob Nightingale, newsbreaker for a very long time in the industry. Sometimes Bob is dead on. Sometimes he's dead wrong. But it depends on the organization you're talking about and the contacts he has. A lot of chatter about Duran over in Boston. And Nightingale marks him down as a strong Padres target. We'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. Usually San Diego pretty active at the deadline. A year ago, they were the team that was adding all the bullpen help. Had a strong bullpen. It just didn't work out for them in the end. Are you hearing a lot? Is the expectation there that Duran ends up being moved?
I think they have the ability to flip them because they have so many young players in the outfield that they like. Roman Anthony just came up. They've got Rafaela, who's playing a great defensive center field, and they like Wilyer Abreu. And those guys are a lot younger and a lot more cost controlled. So if they were to slide out, not that they're out of it right now. I mean, they're like 6.5 back or whatever, or at least they were yesterday. They could part with Duran. I mean, that's not a long-term piece, I don't think. So yeah, I would understand. I don't know that the fans would like. You've already traded Rafi Devers, so you could pretty much stomach anything at this point, at least this season. That makes sense. I mean, think about it. I just mentioned Anthony, Rafaela, Abreu. And you got Casas long-term at first, so there's not a lot of room for a guy like Duran, big picture. I look at this name and I think, man, he would probably love a change of scenery right now. Imagine if a team like the Mets, not that the Mets need him because they have Edwin Diaz, but imagine Emmanuel Clase pitching for a contender if he were to get flipped. Because you go from one of the worst situations right now where you're, 1-9 last 10, just snapped the 10-game losing streak, not going to win the division. You're 15.5 games out. You're not going to make the playoffs. And a team like, I don't know, Toronto or Philly or the Dodgers come calling and they want Clase. There'd be nobody happier on planet Earth than that guy to leave Cleveland and go somewhere else and pitch for a World Series.
Even though we're sitting here early July, you mentioned it. You look at the AL Central. It's over. It's over right now. They have a 14-game lead over Kansas City, a 15.5-game lead over Cleveland, and neither of those teams is really in on the wild card race. Kansas City already 5 games back, Cleveland 6.5 back, and Cleveland just finally breaks their 10-game losing streak last night. Clase there, Lane Thomas is brought up, Santana with the Guardians. They're going to be selling. I expect these AL Central teams to be heavily involved. And with the Royals, you look at Seth Lugo. They were hoping to get that burst of offense. They're not getting it in Kansas City. That makes perfect sense. I know Nightingale said if they fall out of the race, they're out of the race. every team in the American League Central is out of the race except for the Detroit Tigers. So I expect all of those teams to be very active.
Cubs need a pitcher, right? I think everybody knows
Yep.
that, but I don't know. I saw your guy Cap put a video up the other day. He's like, "Oh, here's what I'm hearing," and then he didn't really say anything. So I was like, "Oh, okay, cool."
So he's looking for clicks. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, well, they could do this and they could do that," and I'm thinking, all right, like I didn't really learn anything. But Nightingale says the Cubs are interested in Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I think they need pitching much more than they need hitting. I don't think that's really top secret, but wouldn't they be in the market for a starting pitcher? Now, I don't know that you're going to get an ace. You're not going to get a number one at this deadline, but you could get a 2 or a 3 if you're willing to depart with some of the pieces in your farm system. And the Cubs have a decent farm system. I was surprised to see Cubs are looking bat and not arm.
Yeah. Technically, you're right. Position player. But when you look at Hayes, he'd be a defensive ad. So I understand it from that point of view that, okay, it's kind of like pitching. You're adding to the defense. Defensive replay. They don't need offense. We know that. This is one of the best offenses in baseball. They don't stop with the hitting. It's ridiculous. On a regular basis, you'll look up and you'll say, "Oh, there's another double-digit game for the Cubs offense." That's the norm. You're right. They need pitching the most. But the Hayes move, if they were to get involved there, would be defense. You look at defensive runs saved. He's plus 11, plus 13 outs above average. So, yes, he's in your lineup, but he more so saves you runs over at the hot corner, which has been a concern throughout the year. That's a position where they've tried a handful of guys. So I would understand it from that perspective, but you are right. They need a starting pitcher. Is it going to be Alcantara? Some other names they've discussed. It's got to be somebody. And this is a time for them to strike. So I do think the Cubs will add a starter. It's just a matter of how much do they want to trade off. Joe O, Sammy P, coming up next. You're going to want to stick around. One of the best around. Always an entertaining conversation. Bill Krackomberger, professional bettor. Know he has thoughts on everything going on in sports betting. On the other side, you've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Wild times in the sports betting space, isn't it always? Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you, BetMGM Network. You've got Bet Sweats weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. Sam, there's always a lot to discuss. And, we come back from the 4th of July extended weekend and we're like, whoa, the industry is a changing. A lot of people very upset. And we figured no better person to talk to about all of this going on and throughout the industry than professional sports bettor Bill Krackomberger. You hear him Fox Sports Radio, ton of media obligations. You follow him on X as well at Bill Crackman. How you doing, Bill?
Hey guys, how we doing? Okay. Thanks for having me on.
Doing well.
Appreciate it. Good.
Last time I
Good
saw
deal.
you, we were at Dom DeMarco's, and you saw my Fade the Bartender hoodie, and you said I'm one of the biggest fans of the bartender.
Yeah, I love that. It's just as people don't realize this too, and I'm serious. I talk about this on Fox, and I talk about, you don't even realize this, Sam. I've talked about this on more shows than just the Fox Sports Radio show. It's just as good to find a losing handicapper as it is a winning handicapper. And, when you find someone that's just so bad, you can bet against them blindly. There's a female in the space that we also bet against, and we've done very well. I mean, it was a joke at first, and I was betting I shouldn't even say the amount. It was a joke. It was a joke at first, but I'll just tell you something now. I'm betting 2,000 on every single thing now. And it's been last year wasn't as good as the year before and the year before that, but it's been 3 years of success betting. And the bartender too. All of a sudden, I don't know, the bartender. I never got to ask you this. Is the bartender, or that's a real person, right?
Oh yeah. He's a south side of Chicago bartender. He's awful, but last year was his first winning season in 5 years.
Yeah. So we're expecting him to return to the mean, and I'll put him in that mix too. Just fading him for nickels. It was, listen, like I said, I am not joking though. We had a guy from South Philly. We had a guy there for years, and he just destroyed everyone's lives. Everything melted in his clutch. And he knew it. It's just like Eddie Mush in the Bronx Tale, by the way. That was a real guy. That was the real Eddie Montero. That was the really Eddie Mush. So that he was from Arthur, Little Italy in the Bronx, and they had it. That was even Eddie Mush in real life. They couldn't get an actor to central casting to portray him. So De Niro and Chaz got the real Eddie Mush. Eddie Mush was such a bad luck guy in real life that even at his funeral there it was that Mount Carmel Church. They come down, put him in the hearse. The hearse pulls away, gets a flat. I mean, that's Eddie, So anyway, I know I wouldn't go anywhere with shows that I do. I'm sorry, I would put so much time into this. But anyway, it's that good. I love that segment. Love the bartender fades, and I believe in stuff like that.
Good fade, better than a good follow a lot of times, especially after they end up having a good season. So we'll be on the lookout for this upcoming football season. All right, Bill, we've been talking about it on the show, like what's happening throughout the country with the government and the changes in sports betting. Like, I'm based in Illinois. We've talked about the taxes there, how the big books are getting hammered. And now the sharper books are going to get hammered because the sharper books depend on that sharp money to get to the correct number. And with the bill that was passed, we don't know if it's going to stick here. I know you, one of many people, very upset about it because this one is, first they're going after the rec bettors at the big books. Okay, we're going to tax you on every single wager. And now they're going after the sharper bettors with the sharp books. And they're expecting the money that's been in sports betting to stay there. What is happening right now with legalized sports betting throughout the country?
Well, guys, you guys are talking to somebody that, and not to brag or anything, I'm just being a realist. You're talking to someone that actually is in the space of sports betting media that actually wins. So on my taxes every year, I have a great accountant back there in New Jersey, a really good accountant. He knows gaming law, and I go back every year. I do my extension. So I usually file end of September. It has to be in by October 15th. But so we take all of our wins that from all my casino properties and how much money I've won throughout the year in all forms of gambling. and we actually get the documents from the government of what the casinos actually told them how much money was throughout the year. And then I take that and write off my losses from there. And it always is. I mean, it's not hard to have a 7-figure year of tickets that I have to write off, because I play a lot of video poker too. I play a lot of video poker promotions. Let me be blunt. I always tell people, you're welcome to ask John Murray over at the Westgate. I had taken a 6-figure check from them at the end of the season last 2 years. I mean, it's just from profits and grinding away. I don't take money out in and out throughout the year of the Westgate unless I need to put money in for a certain reason. So those checks, when I take them, that's a documented check. That is a winnings. So that has to be written off against my professional gambling career of how much money I've lost throughout the year. So someone like myself, if I have a million in tickets that, from video poker and sports betting win, and if I have a million, which I don't anyway though, so because I win, but let's say I had a million in losses, well, now they're saying years before they would say, okay, well, you're even for the year. That's it. No taxes due. Now they're saying I owe tax on $100,000. That's so unfair. What other business or industry can that be, that if you were buying or selling anything in life, let's say your business was a car business. You buy used cars and you sell them at a profit, and you have a million in cars that you bought, and you have 1,000,001 that you actually sold. Well, now you're not allowed to write off that $1 million in loss, and it's unfortunately it's costing you a 10% tax. So it's literally another tax you pay on another $100,000 that you didn't even make. So I'll relate it to any industry. It could be anything, selling widgets, anything you want to sell, or any business you want, any real estate, anything. It's not fair. Hopefully not going to stick. But we have out here some pretty strong people, but they're only state people. So you have I think she's a senator. She's definitely someone powerful in the government. I just can't think of her name right now. But Derek Stevenson is actually fighting with her, and hopefully she can get something done here, maybe an amendment or something. But it's in the books already. That's closed for 2026. Now, it could get changed a little bit, but it's going to be in the books for 2026, as far as I know. So it's not fair to even the casinos. I'll say it's not fair to the casinos. So people are saying, "Oh, the casinos don't care because they don't want the high limit." You have people. It's amazing. You have pros on both sides of this, guys. I've heard pros on both. Oh, the casinos love this because they don't want the wise guys, and other guys say, "Oh no, the casinos hate this because they want to have the correct number." I am more going to lean to the side of, I don't think the sports books really care. Even though I say it's unfair to them, here's why it's unfair to them. It's not because of the pros. They want to get to the right number. Trust me, if they had a choice, they'd want no pros and only square balls. And what would happen is every single Sunday, Monday night game that the line will be 7 would now be 7.5 because they know they're gonna bet the favorites anyway. So if no pros were involved, taking that 7.5, they would just want all the squares in there playing Joe Publix. But here's what people don't realize. The human condition and is that the human nature of things is this. People in general, gamblers, may interpret this wrong. I've been saying that, and what I mean by this is they don't want more eyeballs looking at them. They were playing with Joe the bookmaker, Rocco in the candy store, guy in the pool hall. They've been playing with these guys for years. Now you have FanDuel, DraftKings, BetMGM, Caesars, all these sports books that they're playing with that are regulated, and their information, they give IDs, they get cash outs, they get tax forms. They're already a little skittish about that. Now you're going to tell them, in case I hit a big parlay, I have to pay tax on that because I can't write my losing bets off at 100%? Or better yet, you think about this. People think they win in general. Why else gamble? Joe Public, that's right. Joe thinks he wins. No matter what, Joe Public is going to say, I'm betting because I'm going to get lucky. I've got lucky in it. I got lucky 10 years ago. Remember when I hit that $100,000? They always think they have a chance to win. and they always actually even think they win. Now, if they think they win, the mindset is, well, I win, even though they lose. I win. I'm not going to be doing this, betting with these sports books. Let me go back to Joe, Rocco, and Petey down at the pool hall. I bet with their guy. I settle up every week in cash, and that's it, So now listen, I'm a street guy. I'm a knock-around kid, so from back home. Maybe I'm thinking a little bit too much of street. Maybe I am, but I don't think I am. I think I know Joe Public pretty good. I have a lot. Well, you know why I'm relatable to them? Because I am them. I'm just trying to help them. Everything I do is try to talk and try to help the regular public guys. I'm not a flashy guy. You're not going to see me on videos with the flashy, the flashy car and the broad with all the jewelry and the breast implants and on my shoulder. And you're not going to see me do all that fancy clothes. I am Joe Public. I'm that same guy that grew up working 2 or 3 blue collar jobs for years. I got a little lucky with the sports betting, got involved with some of the sharpest gambling syndicates in the world, and I know how to handle it.
What would your retort be or response be to somebody who says, well, this doesn't affect the little gambler, the $5 better, the $10 better? What's your response to that? I think it's a silly comment to make, but we've heard that over the last week.
Yeah, good question. Good question, Sam. Those $5 and $10 bettors, they're the same ones that bet the parlay. So you have to remember now, the average parlay, the average sports book in this country, they make 40 to 60% of their profits, depending on what book it is, on parlays. So those $5 and $10 parlay guys to win, they try to make scores to win 10,000, sometimes 2,000, 3,000. Is it not going to affect them? I think it is. I think it's going to affect the entire industry, and I'll throw a blanket on the entire industry there. Again, I'll go right back to that. I don't think people want Big Brother looking at their accounts. I don't think they want them looking, over their shoulder at everything. Look at look at that law in Jersey that was just passed. It's unbelievable. So now, if let's say I'm in Jersey and Sammy calls me up and says, "Hey, Crack, you're in Jersey. You're down in Atlantic City. At the Bally Sportsbook, they have this guy at 30-1. It's really good odds. It's 5-1 and 8-1 everywhere. You should really bet that. Hey, Crack, do me a favor. Can you bet me $100 on that?" Now I just committed with this new law that just went into effect a couple weeks ago in Jersey. With this new law, me and you have just committed a crime equal to marking cards and sliding dice. That's how bad of a crime that just became in New Jersey. It's unbelievable. There was 3 different things that were passed. That was one of them in Jersey. You can't even take bets for someone. Now, I don't mean that you're working for that guy in a sophisticated betting group. I'm talking about just making a bet for anyone. Let me tell you something. I can't tell you how many people call up that's out of the state and say, "Hey, Crack, can you do me a favor on the Super Bowl? Could you bet me $100 over there? Circa has a 6.5. Can you bet the 6? Now, if you do this in New Jersey, you're committing a crime that you could actually get indicted for. They're just keep on putting these fisticuffs, and it's harder and harder and harder just to be a sports bettor, just to have some fun, enjoy yourself, or bet on a professional level. It's amazing the different things that are happening in the sports betting landscape, that these political people, and it's not even a political witch hunt. They don't even know any better. They have their nice college degrees on the wall, their fancy and now they're making decisions on something they never even made a bet in their life. They just say, "Oh, that's going to raise another couple million. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that." So it's crazy if you think about it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You're right. It's a lot of non-bettors that are making decisions on this as they tinker with it. No, we can't leave good enough alone. Like, we already had our issues with legalized sports betting, but they want to tinker with it. We've got about a minute left before we got to hit a break. What do you think the reason is? Why are they tinkering with it? And we can hit more on the other side if you got time, Craig.
Yeah, sure. I can hit more on the other side too. I would think that it is. I mean, they threw some stupid numbers at these decision makers here, and said they were going to make so much money for the state. You're talking about tens of millions of more. Actually, this was talked about. I forget the number. It was like oh, we're gonna make so much more money, whatever it was. I'm giving a fake number here, like $400 million more a year by doing this for the government. I heard a number similar to that. So when those kind of numbers are thrown around, of course they're going to say, "Oh yeah, just slip it in there," just like the Port Act bill of 10 years ago, whatever. Slip the gambling bill there on under the Port Act, and just sign it real quick.
Professional sports bettor Bill Krackomberger, kind enough to join us. We're going to continue with Bill. A lot more to talk about with the state of legalized sports betting, why it's changing and it's not changing for the good. We will continue. Bill always has some good Vegas stories as well. Sammy P, keep it here. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate Bill Krackomberger, Pro Sports Bettor, also Fox Sports Radio, for hanging out here, giving his perspective on the state of sports betting at Bill Crackman over on X. Make sure you follow him over there. Bill, we started talking about it during the break, and I was just curious, like, where you're spending your time. Because I think back to PASPA and legalization throughout the country, and you are as big of an advocate as anyone on Jersey betting. And now that has its complications with all the options that you had, the different retail spots. But I also know, okay, maybe you spend more time in Vegas, but you've been very outspoken with the price gouging that is going on for people that want to travel out to Vegas for their yearly trips. So where are you on that? Where are you spending the most of your time so you can continue to bet?
It's funny, that whole break just now, that could have been an unbelievable segment. All we did was talk
It could have
great
been
stuff. We're gonna try to repeat some of that stuff right here now. First of all, the price gouging, guess where it started? Not here in Vegas. It started when all these new books came to the country 7 years ago or so. So that's where it started. The money lines that they used were the European money lines, unlike anything we've ever seen. Here in America, we're used to playing minus $1.10 on both sides of an NFL game, minus $1.20 on an NFL money line, come back even money. And what happened was, people don't realize this either. The book first came to the Meadowlands in New Jersey. They opened up minus $1.13 both sides on the NFL. People don't even realize that. People say, oh, no, you're kidding me. They don't realize that when they came to the country that they were minus $1.13. But the people like myself wouldn't have it. We went crazy and made sure people know it's $1.10 out here in Vegas. There's no reason that these legal sports books, these giant billion-dollar conglomerates, could be charging $1.13. So I fought tooth and nail, even though you're fighting, you can't fight Congress, they say. But soon enough, what happens is one of the new retailers comes in and says, oh, we're going to be $1.10. Well, then they have to adapt, and now everyone is $1.10, at least on the NFL and NBA, which is literally, I just said it on the break, unbeatable to beat NFL and NBA. It's very, very difficult. If you're betting the day of the game, my challenge on my Sunday morning Fox show with Brian Noe and Jeff Schwartz, I have a challenge with them. 5 games against the spread, 5 minutes before kickoff. And the reason why I say that, it's real simple. That's what go to every sports book in this country, a retail operation, and what happens? At 5 to 1, I'm going to use East Coast time. 5 to 1 East Coast time, people are online, and they're all going to get shut out. Why do they wait to the last minute? Because they don't know what they want. They just want action. They have to have some action because all the noise behind them, the craziness, the crowd, the anticipation, it's the NFL. I have to have action. Well, what actually winds up happening here is they don't know what they want. They can flip coins. So that's what I feel it's doing, except you're laying 11 to 10. Jeff Schwartz, Brian, my 2 co-hosts, I give them a chance to do it. 5 games against the spread. And Jeff held his own the first year. But, it's really, really tough to beat 11 to 10 with the NFL. So you going back to your original question, though, of what I do. I used to go all over the country. I go to Foxwoods. I go to DraftKings at Foxwoods, FanDuel at Mohegan Sun, their retail operations at the counter there. But I also go to Jersey because I did go to Jersey. Jersey had 5 different sports books that I would walk up to, and I was able to bet a lot of money. Now, one of which, the big one I thought, was FanDuel. They pulled out. They pulled retail up from Atlantic City. So you can't even bet in Atlantic City anymore, hardly. They pulled up retail there. I get $250 max counter bet now, which I used to get $3,000 at DraftKings. It's $250. I'm hearing that's for anyone. Anyone that walks up, doesn't matter. It could be on Sunday. You want to bet on a game. Maybe they'll take a nickel on the side, but they're only taking $250 from most people, and props less than that. And they used to have kiosks everywhere. The sports books used to have, I think they had 28 kiosks at resorts, DraftKings. Also, they had 100 of them. That's how big Foxwoods is. 100 kiosks. They've closed them all. They have like 6. I think Foxwoods, Atlantic City has 4. I'm wrong. They only have 4. They have 4 resorts. Guess what? They're right in view of the counter, so they can be monitored by the management. At DraftKings, they maybe have 10 now, where they had 100, like I said, only around the sportsbook area. That's how bad, I guess, they were being hit. And you know what? And now that they want to keep a closer eye on the money, well, of course they want people betting right in front of them at the kiosk and not some unknown person betting $500 bets over in the bar or, 200 feet away or half a mile away. That's not Foxwoods is ridiculous how big it is. So it really is an amazing thing with what's been going on with the sports betting. I can't even go to Jersey anymore and bet because real simply, there's nowhere to bet. I would have nowhere. They want you to bet on the apps. During the break, I said that, I know Bally's put $5.5 million in their sports book when they first opened up. Beautiful screens, great place to watch, big plush seating. Well, they wouldn't have done that if they knew 80% of the people were going to bet on the apps, not in person at the counter at retail. That has now went to 95%. They have pushed 95% of New Jersey to be betting on apps. Everyone watching you, the sports books know who you are. Recently when I was there, I tried to make a bet. Now I've only been there like once in like the last. I haven't even been. I'm probably going to go just to visit some friends, but I haven't been there in like a year. I just don't go to Jersey and I just don't go to Atlantic City anymore. But the last time I was there, I say recent. It really wasn't recent. I was there in like I don't know, maybe last summer, the end of last summer. I tried to make a bet on a future at the counter for $500 at 40 to 1 to win 20,000. They said no, you have to bet it on the app. They'll take a bet, but they got to go to bet it on the app. $86 like that. It's the opposite of what's supposed to happen. Like you're there to take a bet. You're there to. It's so tough, guys. No one would know. I talk about this on VSiN on Thursdays. I said, no one would realize how hard it is for someone like myself. I don't want to glamorize this, and I don't want people to think that, oh, this is wow, you could bet that, you could make money. Wow, I don't want to glamorize this. If I had kids, I wouldn't want my kids to do this for a living now, especially now. I said that 2 weeks ago before this big, beautiful bill thing came around. I said that on VSiN. But on VSiN, I said, it's not easy, man. You have to, a pro gambler, I'm literally juggling 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag at all times. I mean, you have to literally keep your apps overflowed with money. You have to make sure that everyone pays you. We have a partner chain of people I work with. You have to make sure everyone pays. Now you have sports books that want to, go over your account with a fine-tooth comb, a magnifying glass. So, and now with these new tax laws, I'll tell you, I'm lucky to be the age I am and to make the money I have made, in the past betting sports, because that still is the bulk of my income is sports betting. Even though I have many other forms of income coming in, I'm really blessed, thank God. But the real thing is, guys, I'm still a sports bettor. That's how I make my money. So it's scary. I'm not even traveling back to Jersey anymore. I did go to Florida. Unbelievably, I still don't understand how this happens to me. Sam knows one of my partners, and we both go to Florida. They had the season wins up first. They had the season wins up in April in the NFL. They had to make the playoffs and odds of each team earlier than anyone out in Florida. And right now, for me, I'm hearing other people having problems down there. Maybe for me, because I do have a credit line in the casino, and I do have I have a director of operations that he knows I come in and I give him video poker play there. So for me, they're still taking really good sized bets retail wise for me. And like I said, I bet a lot of money there in April every year. But, you have to travel with money. You have to be questioned at airports. You have to show ID and say Google me. It's not easy when you're traveling with a lot of money. So you have to, and now you have to have your tickets and put them in your safe deposit box. Make sure everything's fine. Make sure you live throughout the year and don't die, because God forbid my wife has to go through. I have ridiculous, hefty 6 figures pending right now. I'm so scared to know if my wife had to take those tickets and go, and what happens. That's another scary whole issue with the legalized sports books. You think they want to pay if you die? You think they want to pay your spouse? No way. So anyway,
that
blunt.
Partner.
Sorry, guys.
No. That partner you referred to told me he can get down more in the 90s than he could today. And that's to even think about that is absurd. And then when you combine that with the fact that there's a guy at Resorts World playing 25 smacks a hand on blackjack and they don't comp a strawberry banana smoothie. That's where we're at, crack. That's where we're at.
We had 31 books when I moved to town. I have 6 now I can bet at. Not even 5. We had 31 books here in town. So that shows you the difference.
Man. Bill Krakenberger, Pro Sports Better with us. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. You work a lot more on the media side, I know, during the football season. That's what people want to know. And, as the NBA, NHL, once those sports went away, people are starting to churn. They go on vacation, they're getting in that routine, and they're going to start their prep in a little bit. When you start your preparation for the football season, I know you don't bet sides, but you do bet stuff in the NFL. When do you start? As far as timing, when would you suggest, like if people are going to do, whether it's futures or season-long player props, stuff like that, when do you suggest they start making those wagers?
Believe it or not, I have already I have already bet a ton of stuff already, and I'm going to make you laugh. This year, I'm actually going to do NFL sides, and the reason why is I found someone new in the group. Rick knows who he is. Our partner knows who he is. And for the first year I monitored him. And by the way, we're betting Sunday night, Monday morning. We're not betting day of the game or close to the game. So I watched him win like 20 units a year, and I sat there, with my what in my hands and said, "Oh God, this guy does win." And then 2 years ago, I actually bet, and he won. Last year, I think he won about 16 units after juice. So I am going to bet some NFL sides this year early in the week. But as far as betting, I try to bet NFL props earlier in the week now. These sports books do take them. But you have to remember now, if you're betting NFL props, you have the bookmakers that look all week. The account, it's pending in your account. So they look, this guy went under 86 yards. Now it's 72. It's 79. They get mad at you, and that's how they limit you and start throwing you out. So you have to start, slowly trying to actually mask your work and try to hide a little bit of who you are. It's not difficult. It's not hard. Again, it is hard. I'm sorry, guys. It's a cat and mouse game all week long with the sports books, with information leaking out, trying to get down as much as you can, trying to juggle life. It really is. It's very difficult, but I'm already betting NFL stuff. I have a ridiculous amount of things, season win stuff that's pending and some futures pending, even player props. I bet a couple player props under. I bet a lot of unders. I like to bet a lot of under on season wins. Season yards on each player by the quarterback for the year or running back or wide receiver. Unders are always better than overs, guys, in my opinion, because injuries, one game sit out, whatever it may be. It's kind of factored in the line, but it's not enough because people love to bet overs. Who wants to be bored and watch anything that's under? We want to root for things, have a beer, enjoy. That's not me. I'm looking to support my family and put food on the table. A lot of it.
I wish we had more time. We got a couple minutes left here, Crack, and I would never ask you to give us a play that you made. But is there a team or a player you're either hot or cold on that the market just isn't right on?
I mean, I got to tell you, if you knew all these, if I showed you this list of pending bets, you would say, "Get out of here! Are you crazy?" Like, to look through this list of pending bets, I have to tell you, we're against the. I hate to say, I just thought about who I was talking to here. Sorry, guys, you're a Chicago guy here, right? So
it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
We're. And I'm sorry, we're against the Bears this year. Bears no playoffs. Oh. Yeah, sorry. I'm not even thinking I'm talking to you guys. You're asking.
No,
me,
I love it.
We're a little bit high on the Vikings, so I have the Vikings to make the playoffs, Bears not to make the playoffs. And the reason why I'm even saying that, I hate giving out a line that's unobtainable now. You could still kind of bet these things because, even though we bet them, people love, especially retail in Nevada, people love betting on the Bears. You can get really good lines here betting against the Bears. Chicago is a big, giant bet-on team here in Nevada. People don't know that. I still don't understand the fascination here. Got a lot of Chicago transplants here. And it's just people just want to bet on the Bears. So I'm going to give you those two. So under on Chicago futures, over on Vikings futures. That's season wins and to make the playoffs.
No, I mean, you apologize. I love it because all I hear, it happens every single year. But even more so now after they get a new offensive line, now you get Ben Johnson. He's the new offensive genius that is going to fix everything. You get good lines there. Just imagine what you get in Chicago, man.
Yeah.
You
guys are showing the NFL, the NFC North winner See, the Vikings, I took plus 475 for a peanut there. So,
Yeah.
listen, if the Lions don't get there, I think the Minnesota's going to be over Green Bay. The value of the plus 475, which I found out here, believe it or not, I found it at BetMGM. I actually changed the market there. So there's a little bet there, but more season wins, like I said, and to make or miss the playoffs. Here's a couple bets for you guys.
Good stuff. Bill Krackenberger. Follow him at Bill Crackman, Pro Sports Better, Fox Sports Radio as well. Bill, we really appreciate the extended visit, man. It's great stuff.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Lightning bets on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Crackman out on the Bears. Love it. That's hilarious to me. Honestly, Sam, I think that's the first person I heard. And, it's jaded. I get a lot of the Chicago love here that I consume. But that's the first person I heard that said under on the Bears win total, which makes you think that history tells us that's probably the side you want to be on.
I thought it was very funny when he was talking about how people travel to Nevada and bet the Bears. And he's right. It does happen. I mean, guys in Vegas have been telling us that for 10 years. We've been doing content together. People come in, they bet the Bears, they bet the over, they bet the division, bet the Super Bowl every year. And your counter was, it's even better in Illinois. Of course. I mean, by capita, there's more people that are betting the Bears in Illinois. And whatever those numbers are, every offseason, you follow them from July to August to early September. And you look at those win total prices and those prices to make the playoffs. If you're going to short the Bears, do it in Illinois and do it the week of the regular season opener. That game is September 8th. If you're going to bet anything over on the Bears, do it now. We're 2 months out. If you know you're going to bet the Bears overs, bet them now, because that slow build will only keep going. By the time we get to kickoff on September 8th, think about those numbers then, 2 months out.
Yeah, we went over week one and some of the early looks because, of course, why the hell not? And you said you'll take Minnesota, but you haven't made that bet yet. You're going to sit there and wait and let that Bears money pile in, right?
100%. There's no reason to do it now. I think there's a really good chance. I mean, we're already 1.5 at MGM. There's no reason to think that can't be 2.5 by kick. Now, I'm not saying it will be, but it's not impossible. Yeah. Circa, Superbook, or Pick right now. Pinnacle and Chris are 1. The domestics are 1.5. Like the MGMs of the world are 1.5. But we get through training camp and we start seeing this Ben Johnson voodoo 2.5, probably not 3, because a guy like Crack will come in and blow 3 off the board on Minnesota. But it is funny to hear him say he likes Minnesota, doesn't like Chicago. I've been telling you for 2 months I'm betting the Vikings week 1. But just wait it out. You're going to get a better number. Especially, this is perfect. I'll be in Chicago, so I get a nice price on the Vikings. Perfect.
We're gonna get we might get a plus 8.5 teaser on Minnesota
to close the week. That's Monday night. That'll be the last game.
It's phenomenal.
Close out your week. I'm going to hook everything to Vikings plus 8.5. You know they're going to win. Forget cover. They're going to win.
Yeah. And people are going to be shocked here. Oh, wait. No, it wasn't supposed to be an upgrade going from Darnold to the rookie quarterback who's not really okay. We'll see. Speaking of the NFL, saw Kirk Cousins. It's funny. I haven't seen that show on Netflix, Quarterback. I know they did one on wide receiver, a lot of the top name receivers, and they're doing one on the quarterbacks. And Kirk Cousins is always good with media stuff. But a couple of his quotes got out there and made some headlines from the Netflix documentary. And it was, I felt misled by Atlanta. He felt misled by Atlanta because he gets $100 million in free agency, and then they come back a matter of weeks later and draft Michael Penix. Everybody crucifies them. My stance was always, look, you don't have a quarterback. You're trying to fix the position. Why not take multiple swings instead of one swing? I'm not saying they got it right because we don't know what Penix is. But the process was correct because they pay Cousins a ton of money. He looks like he's done. And now they've got this backup plan, and they're coming off a horrible draft this year in the quarterback room. So they probably wasn't going to be an option if they went quarterback. They were able to go get pass rushers. We'll see if they're correct in the end. But, Cousins is out there saying that, well, if he would have known that they were going to draft Penix, he would not have gone. Yeah, cry me a river. I really feel sorry for you. And I think the folks in Minnesota are happy with their situation that they didn't have last year's version of Kirk Cousins and the same guy moving forward.
I feel so bad for Cousins. Career salary, Kirk Cousins, $294 million. I'm broken up about Kirk Cousins right now. I feel so bad for the guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tough life, man. Before we get to lightning bets. So I don't know if this is going to take off like it did flying in a flight, right? Where you go, you do middle seat, who are you going to sit next to? There were open spots, different BetMGM network personalities throughout. They put one together, put your kickball team together. You get a coach and 8 players. They list 12 players and 6 possibilities as coaches. I don't know what I'm looking for. Maybe I'm the loser here because I don't know that I'm looking to win, Sam. Because my first thought as I'm picking a coach and a team, putting it together, I'm like, well, this person annoys me. I don't want to be on the same side as that person. Like, I don't know. Who's your coach? Who would you pick as the coach of the options given? This is on social at BetMGM Network.
Is Paul coaching remotely or is he at the game? That's my question.
Is he in the country? How about that? Him or Jake? Are they in the country? Yeah, Paul.
I don't know.
Paul is coaching remotely. He's coaching remotely. He's on his headset. So that means the audio works 10% of the time.
We have a comment on Instagram from Colby who says, I'd fire Jake on the spot if he was my coach. It's one of our first comments to the post on the BetMGM network. I would hope that I would be athletic enough to be one of the 8 players on the team. Who would my coach be? I'd go Paul or Zim. Coach. I feel like Zim would rock a nice visor, take us out for beers after the game. I would go either Paul or Zim. I'd be fine either way there. As for the players, who do you not want on the team?
Oh, that's where we're starting.
Well, if there's 12 players and you need 8, you have to cut who you don't want because it's easy to say who you want. I also find it funny that Jake's the only one at the network that probably plays kickball and he didn't make the players list. That's also funny in its own right.
Yes.
I could cut myself because I don't really want to play. So I'm out.
Yeah, can I just drink and watch and make fun of everybody? That's what I'd rather do.
So Joe and
that's
I
what I usually
out.
do during bags. That's what I usually do. They're like, oh, we're doing a tournament. I'm like, I don't want to do a tournament. I just want to drink and make fun of everybody and tell them how terrible they are.
Yeah, that was 4th of July for me. My brother had all these people aged 22 to 28, 30, and we're all going to do Beer Olympics. They played games for 5 hours. I said, I'm not playing. I have no interest
5
in playing games.
hours?
They did every game under the sun for 5 hours. Well, they had a million teams of 3. I said, no, I'm good. I'll just hang out. Yeah, I'll hang out. I'll drink. I'll do what I got to do. And then when it's time to leave, I'll leave. But yeah, let's do that. We will remove ourselves from the list. And now you only need to cut 2 more. So we made it easy for you.
Is that Rob Brown in the second row?
Yes, that's Rob Brown.
Okay. Who else we cutting? You have to have a female, right? At least, well, they only put 2 on here.
Let them both play.
Want
Kate could play. Chelsea
Horvat's
could play.
going to play. He's going to break a leg doing it. Evans will play. Jude, honestly, I'm walking away. Like, I don't even know. I could handle Evans and Decker and Horvat telling everybody how great of an athlete they are. Like, I can't deal with it. I'm walking away. This is what I'm doing.
It was my idea first to wave the white flag. Just let the record show that I quit first, then Joe quit.
Move.
We could probably take Jenks with us. Jenks could roll us a spliff outside the fence. Yeah, he didn't want to play. All right, so you, me, Jenks, and we'll find one more straggler, and then they can all have fun playing kickball together.
Come on, PJ. Let's go talk over here. And then we rip on Alabama with him. Something like that. What about Femi? Femi's probably pretty good.
Sure.
He's your cleanup.
We would probably be pretty good, but I have no interest.
All right. Do you have interest in lightning bets?
I do. I'm going to take Mizorowski I'm going to take your countrymen at home against the Dodgers. Dodgers have lost several games in a row, and I like the fact that I get what I believe is the better pitcher at home at, let's see, best price I can get is plus 107, plus 108, but your consensus price is plus 105. So I don't think Kershaw should be a favorite in this spot. Dodgers are not playing good ball right now. I'm going to go with Milwaukee, and then I'm going to tail your parlay. I love your parlay, but it's your parlay, so you give it out.
It is Boston, Toronto money line. So we're rolling with Boston, a red-hot offense, and you're going against the Rockies, which is not much of a losing proposition. I mean, the Red Sox are playing good ball. And you mentioned it. You got Freeland, the lefty, coming into Fenway. It's probably going to be bombs away in favor of the Red Sox. So we're going there. I mean, it's the biggest favorite on the board. We're not really stepping out too far. And the second biggest favorite on the board is Toronto on the road, south side of Chicago. You got Savale, bad history against this Toronto lineup, and the Blue Jays going for their 10th straight victory. So I think that's a pretty good look. We're going Toronto, Boston, and that will get you about plus 120 when you put those two together. I know you didn't give it out, but got to keep an eye on Washington. How do they respond after cleaning house GM, longtime GM, nearly 20 years, and also manager just the other day? They were off on Monday, but this is their first game back.
Yep, I will definitely play them tomorrow. Well, you never want to commit a day ahead. You want to see if the guy's going to pitch or not. But assuming Gore is going to go, I'll play them tomorrow. I enjoyed talking college football today, and we've been doing NFL a lot because that's our bread and butter. But we're going to have some really good guests on the next couple of days. Chris Felica, Jeff Schwartz, John Murray from the Westgate is going to join us. They're starting a contest, a college football pick contest at the Superbook. And
Cool.
Guess who's going to Vegas on Friday? Shea and Irving. So we'll have him on before the big trip.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were going to go before the big event next month. Okay.
No.
Very good. Very good. Thanks for hanging out. Not Illinois over 8.5. You're not there yet.
No.
Not convinced. Okay. Listen to Bet Sweats, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Thanks for hanging out. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you along with us. I am Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got the whole crew here. Denton, Dylan, Double D. Coming up in our final hour, we will look at which player is cashing in and which players are on the move in the NBA. At 8:20, back to the diamond we go as we bring in Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. And you know what's coming your way in 40 minutes. It's our best bets and the Dogster as well. Also, hello to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour each and every single day. You can stream the show on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Okay, here we are on a Tuesday. Not a whole lot going on, but we do have some NBA news, Chelsea, and this is how you know we're in the doldrums, okay? It's the NBA. We got some baseball going on. We got some NFL news, but we're just sort of following along with what's happening in the basketball offseason. And Devin Booker, has signed a monster deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. It is a 2-year, $150 million extension. So this means the Suns are going to pay Book through 2030 over the next 5 seasons. He's going to make $321 million. So big picture, the Suns, the Big Three experiment did not work. We got Kevin Durant going to the Rockets. The Suns are trying to work an official buyout of Bradley Beal. So they're going to pay him to leave, and then he's going to go somewhere. And now it's just Book, Jalen Green, and a team that is 150-1 to win the West. I feel like this was the last, well, I don't want to say the last of the super teams, but pretty close. Like, I guess you could make the argument that Jimmy Butler and Golden State is kind of a super team, right? But these guys are sort of on their last legs. But we've seen that super team era, I feel like, kind of flame out. And now teams are going back to sort of the old school way of building a team with superstars, but not exclusively superstars.
Yeah, and we saw it last year because I was looking at a chart of the best isolation scorers in the NBA. And guess who was number 1 and number 2 on the list? Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was number 1. And you would think to yourself, okay, there are only 5 guys on the court at once. How do you have these 2 guys that are so good at creating their own shots, and you're not even a contender in the West? How does this happen? Because the game of basketball over the last 10 years or so has gone back to the team style play where you have to have the depth. Because we know the postseason is basically like a season unto itself, and you have to be able to have the depth. And you have to go almost 12 man deep to be one of the best teams in basketball. We saw it with the Thunder this year. So obviously Devin Booker is going to get his money. I don't think any of us would sit there and be like, oh, $325 million. No, I want to play for a contender. No, you take the money.